Somerset make the way out onto the ground here at Trent Bridge. There are more groundsmen and stewards. Bang over mid-wicket and see some glory for their team. Oh, knocked him over. That's a beauty. That is a beauty from Alfie Ogborn. Around the wicket. Wasim Akram would have been proud. Pitched on off stump, straight and hit off stump. Oh, 2 in 2. 2 in 2, and we'll see that arms outstretched celebration again from Alfie Ogborn. Bevan comes and goes in a flash.
Yeah, it's been a long season. It will seem a fair while ago.
Looks to go over mid-wicket again. It's gone up in the air. Oh, just over the head of the man. Oh, it's in the air. I think it's got enough on it. Yes, just to get over the head.
It's because they're the ones who are in demand for the 100.
In the air. Oh, it's taken. That's a fabulous catch by the captain. Sean Dixon tracking back, got both hands to it. It was airborne when it went in, and it stayed in.
Game underway. Have to be quick. Better throw would have been close, but Ingram was pretty safe in the end.
Roll it through, roll it through. Perfect.
Goodness gracious, just a couple of inches saved.
Big screen, please.
Little bit casual running in. Probably thought he was very comfortable. Not got all of this and will perish at the hands of Ben Green at long on. You could hear it was a little bit of a clanky sound off the bat of Colin Ingram. Thomas into the attack, and he picks up a wicket with his third ball. High in the air. I think it's got the distance. It has, only just.
Well hit behind square all the way. So Billy Root. Extra cover this time, so Northeast really opening his shoulders. Productive over. This has been excellent batting from Northeast.
And the sixth, which brings up an excellently played 50 to Sam Northeast. His third in the competition this year, and it's a timely one for Glamorgan.
Edged, slower ball, bit of a cutter. Now this will be a no ball. The call has already been made, and therefore the chance of a run out. Oh my word. It's all kinds of chaos here.
Oh, flick the bail, hasn't it? Yeah, just roll that through, please. And yeah, pause it there. Thank you, I've made my decision for the big screen.
Ian Blackwell, the man up there.
70s mark looking about right. Gone. Down the ground again. And again, Davey paying the penalty. So a flourish at the end lifts Glamorgan to 186 for 7 from their 20 overs.
Caught behind, is it? Or is it an LBW shout? I think Van der Houten had bowled such a good ball, he was going up for all things.
Pitching outside, impact in line, wickets, umpire's call. We go back on field to David, please.
Purse of the lips from umpire Milnes. Uppish. but it will bring the first boundary of the Somerset reply. This is more like George Thomas. Oh, trouble, big trouble. At the keeper's end, gone for all money. Came charging down, did Thomas. Hamid wanted nothing of it. Sent him back, he came down probably 3/4 of the way. And Glamorgan have the first breakthrough. Chaos from Somerset.
Please hit it to mid-on. Mid-off correction, and that one's gone over mid-off.
It's nicely played. And I think he has played it Goldsworthy. Just soft hands. Which he might think about doing if there's any more deliveries such as that. He's, well, originally did do very well.
Oh, belted. It's a bad ball. Been in terrific form. In the air, but wide. Dragged down and dispatched. Dragged it down again. Oh, this could be out. This should be out. Oh, it is. Just about. Didn't pick it up initially. The skies, the light here is really peculiar.
Well, the ability to get that breakthrough.
Wow. In the air, but through. Again, the timing and placement. Yeah! Got him. That is a superb catch. Hamid slinks off the field. He can barely believe it, but that is an absolutely brilliant piece of wicket keeping from Will Smale.
Catch it.
Straight up in the air. Smale says it's mine, and he gobbles it up.
Catch!
Catch it is the cry. Oh, it just gets over.
Go.
Oh, shot. Handsomely drilled back over mid-off. Straight down the ground again. Back for two. Oh, my goodness. Does the dive save Dixon? He doesn't think so. The bat's gone underneath his arm. Out the dive saved Dixon, and the bat going under his arm was in confidence that he'd made his ground, not.
Swung away. That's a terrific start. And another. And another. This is terrific hitting. Absolutely, that rate is coming down. As McIlroy, the left armour, gets swung away, and Dixon is really going off on one here. Gone, gone. He pushed it wider. Dixon immediately high in the air and should be taken. Oh, put down. Put down. And there's going to be a run out, though. Vaughan is struggling here. The non-striker's end he's made it. Can you believe it? McIlroy responding. Green hurrying back. Vaughan just about makes his ground. I think there's a collision.
And home.
Thank
is
you.
Archie Vaughan.
Bat is grounded behind the line, ready to make my decision.
I was just shouting whilst ball was in play, and that got to take two, had to get Green on strike, and that's not to take away from what Archie Vaughan has done with 26 off 15, but Green is...
This is straight up and could be the end for Somerset. Oh yes, taken. Vaughan finishes with a flourish, but it is Glamorgan's day.
Gloucestershire team who are taking the field under Captain Graham Van Buren. And Florida, good morning to the Glamorgan batters, number 28 Will Smale and 55 Asa Tribe.
So Glamorgan's Will Smale making his county championship debut. It isn't his first class debut. He played one match in Ireland 5 years ago, which we've been busy researching, in which he was run out having faced one ball, but did take a handful of catches. I'm Nick Webb. Alongside me is Ed Seaborn of T20 Blast winning Gloucestershire fame, BBC Radio Bristol. Kenneth Davis will be with us in around about half an hour or so, and we've got an hour before lunch, which, Ed, is probably an hour more than we were expecting.
Very much so, yeah. I think thankfully the deluge that we had yesterday doesn't seem to have caused any permanent damage as far as the match is concerned, which is a real shock considering just how much water there was on the outfield at points yesterday. But what we had last night doesn't quite seem to have amounted to as much as was feared, so getting to the ground this morning, it didn't look quite as wet in the streets of Cardiff as I thought it would, so I had a bit of hope then, and getting here with all the covers off and all the puddles removed, felt as though we were going to start at some point, but I must say I didn't anticipate it being as soon as 12 o'clock, so hats off to the ground staff as ever.
So 23-year-old Will Smale, the Newport-born opening bat, facing up to his first ball. Asa Tribe at the other end got his maiden senior half-century last week. And we're underway with Matt Taylor into bowl to Will Smale, who plays it firmly on the leg side to Tom Price at mid-on, and there is no run. We have a match. Congratulations to the ground staff, which is something we also said on Monday up at Trent Bridge, because the odds of a game taking place there looked pretty slim first thing Monday morning. Here's Matt Taylor in again to bowl to Will Smale from this Cathedral Road end, wide outside off stump, and allows it to go through. Smale did open the batting and keep wicket during the one-day cup campaign, with the highest score of 42. Also played in half a dozen T20 matches with the highest score of 59. But this his red ball debut in county cricket, as Taylor's into bowl, outside off stump, and Smale allows it to go by.
Well, one of the early things I'm noticing is that Miles Hammond, after about 3 years of banishment from the slip cordon, has been allowed back in. And yes, he did field in the cordon at maybe a fourth slip if one were necessary, but there haven't been too many instances where Gloucestershire have needed a fourth slip over the last couple of seasons, but he's in there at third now.
Here's Taylor, left arm, and Smale is off the mark with an inside edge down to fine leg. It doesn't matter how they come. Will Smale has a run in Championship cricket. And a Gloucestershire attack showing several changes from last time out.
Yes, I guess not too surprising in the latter stages of the season. Gloucestershire trying to give everybody a bit of a run out towards the back end. So the three changes from Gloucestershire's side, which was comfortably defeated by Sussex in their last fixture. Matt Taylor, who is bowling now. Ajit Singh Dale returns, and in his second first-class game, Archie Bailey comes into the side. So Zaman Akhtar, Dom Goodman and Ed Middleton are the three dropping out.
As Taylor is on his way away from us, bowling to Tribe, who chops down on it very late with a minimum of movement, and the ball rolls down into the gully, and there is no run. Welcome along if you're listening to us from one of the other counties, because there's been an awful lot of rain around and very little cricket taking place around the country. In fact, this is the only game in which play is going on at the moment. As Taylor's in and bowls outside off stump, comes back a bit, but Tribe leaves. Glamorgan won without loss after the first over. And the Glamorgan changes, well, as you'll gather, Smale comes in for his first-class debut. And Ned Leonard, the 22-year-old paceman on loan from Somerset, comes back for another game, which suggests that Glamorgan are giving serious consideration to having him on their books next season. Ben Morris rather surprisingly drops out, thought that he would get another game, and Mason Crane, the leg spinner, is the other man to miss out, and he in fact didn't bowl at all in the second innings of the Yorkshire game. Was a little expensive in the first, so 3-day game at maximum. Glamorgan going with one fewer bowler.
Singdale will take the new ball from the river end, and he will have 4 slips in place with Joe Phillips joining the cordon. And Singdale is running in, he bowls, and this is driven down the ground by Smale. That's a nice looking shot, and that will pick him up his first class boundary. Getting all the firsts out of the way. Glamorgan 5 without loss. Didn't look to be too much wrong with the delivery from Singdale. It was pitched up, it was targeting the stumps, maybe pitched up a bit too much, but you're not really expecting to be on-driven first ball that you send down, so good shot from Will Smale, and that'll certainly get your attention as a fast bowler. See whether the next one's just dragged back a bit. Singdale is in bowls, it is back of a length and just pushed down to backward point off the back foot from Smale. I was going to suggest if today was washed out, and there were certainly thoughts even from inside the camp that we might be looking in a bit of trouble for today. I'm sure they would have assumed more rain would have fallen overnight than had done, but I was going to suggest that we might settle this with a T20 match in the spirit of things.
Absolutely.
Tomorrow. T20 Champion of Champions game. Singdale bowls squaring up Smale there as the ball goes out towards mid-off. Got a decent amount of bat on it, but I don't think it was particularly close to the middle. But anyway, keeps it out. Looks to be some pace in this actually early on. Matt Taylor was getting some balls to lift up through to the keeper. It doesn't look like a sort of a damp, soggy patch that they're having to deal with at this point. It's quite dark in terms of colours. Singdale bowls, forward goes Smale and defends with a bit of a flourish up to Tom Price at mid-on. I've no idea what to read into that, by the way. I'm just saying what I can see, because it's not as though it is a regular occurrence watching Championship cricket at Cardiff. It's once a year, usually. That's
all right. There are those who watch every game here who have trouble in working out what Cardiff wickets are going to do.
Yeah. Massive mound of sawdust behind Singdale as he runs in and bowls, and this is worked off the hip by Smale, probably for just... No, they are going to come back for a second run in the air. This is going to be quite tight, actually. And if that throw had been right next to the stumps, it was just a bit high, so Bracey had to drag it down and actually didn't take the bails off in the end. Smale was struggling a bit. I'm not sure if they really recognised that Matt Taylor was a left-arm thrower down at fine leg. That made it a lot tighter than it needed to be.
Yes, possibly. Looking back, Smale wouldn't have taken that second one.
7 for no wicket, so decent over this for Glamorgan. Last ball of it being sent down now. Singdale bowls, and this has come off the inner half of the bat, but played in controlled fashion by Smale behind square, and he will take another single. So 7 runs from Singdale's opening over. Glamorgan 8 without loss. I did wonder what Gloucestershire were going to do, because they've got 3 bowlers who take the new ball regularly, and Singdale and Matt Taylor along with Tom Price. But at the moment, Singdale and Matt Taylor getting the go, but what they've tended to do in the last couple of matches is bowl one of their new ball bowlers for about 3 overs and then have a bit of a switch around. So it may be that Tom Price still does get the new ball, just in fact, if anything, with the Duke's ball, you might get it at a slightly better time, the lacquer having come off.
Here's Matt Taylor then to bowl to Smale, who drives to mid-off, fielded by Van Buren, and there is no run. Graham Van Buren winning the toss, which I think means that Glamorgan have won the toss 3 times in 14 championship matches this season, which is not great.
No, they've done pretty well with tosses this season of Gloucestershire, particularly in the blast. Jack Taylor has been an excellent tosser this season.
As that's through outside off stump, no shot played by Will Smale. Jack Taylor detained elsewhere at the moment.
Yes, his brother bowling, but Jack Taylor has been picked up for the Zim Afro T10. So I'm sure he will be enjoying his time out there.
Yes, it's a competition in Harare where the names of the teams seem to be South African, American and Nigerian.
It's the New York Lagos Strikers.
Outside off stump, through low, no shot offered by Smale. Through it goes to James Bracey, who of course enjoyed himself thoroughly with a double 100 up at Cheltenham. And of course Singdale bowled that last dramatic over which produced the tie, as Jamie McIlroy was caught behind spectacularly by Bracey off the very last ball of the 4 days. It's certainly one for the history books, that one. 8 without loss, Glamorgan here on BBC Sport Online, as Taylor's in, bowls to Smale, who takes a step down the pitch and then defends when he gets there out to point, and there is no run.
Yes, he's playing Jack Taylor. This is for the Cape Town Samp Army.
Yes. If anyone knows what a Samp Army is, they know more than I do. In a little bit of gentle sunshine at Sophia Gardens, quite a bit of grey cloud around, bit of blue sky to our left as Taylor bowls and Smale whips it off his legs for at least a single, turns, looks at the second and then sends Tribe back on this occasion. Remembering maybe Ed's words of advice from the last over.
Yeah, he's got off to a very confident start in terms of the strokes that he's playing as Smale, but I may be seeing why he might have been run out on first class debut, because he does look as though he's wanting to push things.
Ace of Tribe on strike, 4 low scores and then a half century. As he defends and that one bounces down into the crease in front of him, rolls about 6 inches away from where he was standing. End of the over, single off it, 9 without loss after 3 are Glamorgan, and having been put into bat, I know it's only half a session effectively, but they'd be very grateful to get to 1 o'clock with only no wickets, or possibly happy with just 1 wicket down. Say 3 wickets for the usual aim for a bowling side, having inserted, but they've only got half a session to do it in.
Yeah, so I mean they'd be probably looking for a couple. I mean, certainly if one of them were Colin Ingram, who, along with James Bracey, has been named in your BBC Sport County Championship Team of the Year.
Dun, dun, dun.
In comes Singdale and bowls inside edge, and it's going to go for 4. And James Bracey just has a look on his face as if to say, how have you managed that? And it was more of a feature of the early season rather than of late, but I cannot believe the number of times I've seen Singdale inside edge to the boundary this season. He just seems to be very good at finding the inside edge, because his natural movement does tend to be into the right-handers. But the problem is that so often nowadays, I think it must be something about these thick bats, they just always seem to miss the stumps. 13 without loss. Smale has all 13. Singdale into him, and that's a good delivery, which is treated respectfully, but played with a confident-looking defence up to mid-off.
The news from Lords, you don't have to leave us if you're an England supporter quite yet, because there's a delayed start between England and Australia in the 4th of the 5 one-dayers, which are meant to conclude, fingers crossed, at Bristol on Sunday.
Yes, be more than fingers crossed from a Gloucestershire point of view. Singdale in and bowls, and Smale with a move down the pitch. Plays defensively for the bowler to pick up.
The covers came off at Lord's. The covers have just been put back on again. So fingers crossed that they will be able to get some cricket in there. Amir Evans says, hoping for fireworks from the one-day Kings, 83 for naught at lunch, anyone?
Well, up to a pretty decent start run rate-wise. Singdale bowls and goes past the edge of Smale. I think that was a ball that he maybe played for some in-movement that he got earlier on in the over. I'm not sure that time that it was there. I think it went pretty much straight on, but he didn't really follow it. Smale with the hands.
Amir Evans saying Sam's toss record has to be one of the worst in a long time, yeah.
Can you send a specialist?
Specialist in
toss,
that discipline.
Practitioner. Singdale runs in, he bowls, and this has come off maybe pad, a combination of bat and pad. No, just pad, leg by is signalled as Bracey runs across to his left. And Asa Tribe, once again, is only going to have one ball of the over to face. Smale has taken 20 of the 23 that have been sent down so far, and Tribe, unless he can get a single to get off the mark, is going to be stranded at the non-striker's end again. 14 without loss. I mean, some batters, I think particularly of Gloucestershire's usual opener this season, and of course next season, as Singdale bowls to Tribe, and he will get off the mark, but he'll get off the mark with a boundary as he plays that one with soft hands down past the cordon and away to the boundary. So 18 have come from the first 4 overs and 15 from the first 2 Singdale overs. And again, not very much wrong with the delivery, but it was played expertly by Asa Tribe to get off the mark. But some openers don't actually seem to be particularly bothered by not facing very much and take the attitude of, well, if you want to hog the new ball when it's swinging about and we're uncertain as to how the pitch is playing, then you're welcome to it, whereas others, I'm sure, probably do start getting a bit twitchy.
It's the safest place, isn't it, from the other end, 22 yards away. Tribe leaning on his bat next to a pile of sawdust, which is on the wicket adjacent to the one we're using, and Taylor is into bowl, a very full-length ball to Smale that he hits to mid-on, fielded by Price. That is Price, the older Tom, in a pair of shades that may not be entirely necessary today, but I am assured that they reduce glare and improve visibility even if the sun's not out. As Taylor's into bowl to Smale down leg side, makes no contact through to Bracey.
But yeah, on Bracey, he has kept fantastically this season. I mean, I wouldn't want to put the curse on him for this match, of course, but him and John Simpson, I think it would have been a very close call for that team of the year. I think Bracey won by about 2%, I saw, but both have had superb seasons with the bat, over 1,000 runs. Bracey has had more dismissals, got well over 50 now.
Taylor in bowls, edged, hasn't carried to slip, I don't think. From the bat of Will Smale, went down towards second slip. I don't think it was a chance from the reaction of the cordon. Bracey may be suggesting that they need to get in a metre or two. Ooh, maybe that was on the half volley.
I think because he moved awkwardly to it. Ollie Price, it is at second slip, and I don't think he really picked it up superbly well.
Taylor in, bowls. Smale hit on the pad as he looks to work on the leg side. No run.
He moved late and moved down to his left, and it's always harder as a slip fielder moving to the left. But I don't know if he'd have been able to pick up exactly where it was going a bit sooner, he might have been able to get to it as it carried. It looked as if it didn't carry, but only because he moved sideways rather than moving forwards. And it's so difficult to move forwards as a slip fielder as well.
Taylor bowls, Smale pushes it on the leg side, and it's fielded by Tom Price at mid-on, and but there is no run.
Judging by, I mean, he's still got his head in his hands a bit, and yeah, Hammond is just going over. I think he's noticed that Ollie Price is brooding on that a little bit. I think he's thinking maybe that was just about catchable, but he just didn't seem to see it particularly well.
So players already been called off for the day at 2 of the other second division matches, as Taylor is in to bowl, and Smale tries to off drive and gets a thick inside edge. Ball rolls out on the onside. No run, and the over, 18 for naught. So Leicestershire against Derbyshire, no play again today. Sussex against Middlesex, no play again today. Yorkshire against Northants, no play so far at Leeds. 3 of the matches in Division 1 did get underway yesterday, but have not resumed this morning, and Durham v Kent is off for the day again.
Well, that really would seem to be curtains for Middlesex's promotion chances. 2 days off there. Singdale into try, he bowls edged, and again it's short. This time Ollie Price and Chris Dent both, I think, got hands on it, with Price first and then tipping it towards Dent, but looked to be as close to a genuine edge as you could see. And they understandably are standing a bit deeper for Singdale because he's quicker, but I think that time it did look as though it fell in front of Ollie Price, but outside edges now found of both bats and no wickets. Singdale charges in once more. He bowls to Tribe, who turns this one up to mid-on with a roll of the wrists, and there is no run. And this is really the first over that Tribe has had where he's known that he's going to be facing at the start of it. Whether that contributed at all to the edge, but both of them, Gloucestershire, have got the 2 Glamorgan openers to play a little bit away from their body, and that's just, I guess that's one of the things that happens when you just come off playing one-day cricket. Singdale is in, bowls, he's had a flash at that one as Tribe and misses the attempted forcing drive through the offside. Exactly the sort of shot that might have produced a nick, but it didn't.
Yes, they're living on the edge at the moment, these Glamorgan openers. Asa Tribe made 58 in the second innings against Yorkshire. It was Glamorgan's top score, but he's got a fidgety old start here today.
He's looking to go very hard at that, and Gloucestershire have now left cover open and gone back to 4 in the cordon. Singdale bowls to Tribe, who works this one away into the onside though, and fielded by Archie Bailey, running in from square leg.
This is not the only squad that Asa Tribe has been named in this week. He's also in the Jersey squad for a international T20 qualifying series, which is taking place in Nairobi.
Oh, what a trip.
And so he may well be involved there later this week, or next week, depending on which way you look at it.
Singdale passes the umpire and bowls, and chopped away out to backward point as Singdale just drops it a bit shorter and a bit wider, but Tribe can't really take advantage.
In the meantime, he's left his brother to do the work. Zach Tribe got a century for Jersey against Qatar yesterday. So Asa may well be out there for duties later in the week.
Takes you to all the best locations. Associate cricket, I think. Why not? Why not have a go at it? I know that's not the route that Tribe has gone, as Singdale bowls, and this is guided towards backward point. I'm thinking more towards those Grant Stewart types who've decided to take up Italian citizenship, I guess, and playing for them. I don't know, just...
Any of those in the Gloucesters in recent years?
Not that I can recall that have done it that particular way. But I like to see it. It adds intrigue to the associate level, and I'm sure from their point of view, if they're not getting picked up in franchise leagues, might as well go and play some cricket somewhere.
Craig Mester, Glamorgan all-rounder, played for Germany at the back end of his career, had a handful of matches there before fitness issues forced him to pack it in. Matt Taylor is in to bowl, smashed away on the leg side. That one may reach the square leg boundary. It does. Smale with a flourish of the bat, dispatching it to backward square, and although the ball isn't running very quickly over the wet outfield, it was able to beat the dash of the man round from fine leg. 22 for naught. Smale has 17 of them. The other former Glamorgan player to go down the associate route was David Hemp, who was born in Bermuda and remembered that at the back end of his career and played for them for a couple of years. As Taylor bowls and...
Dropped.
Was that a drop?
Yep.
Did it catch the edge?
Yep.
Or was that just movement? Yeah, it looks like Bracey has spilt it from the extremely reluctant way in which he peels himself off the ground. Smale pushing forward. Bracey going to his right. And surprisingly could not hang on.
Yeah, it was a one-handed effort, and he went for it thinking that it wasn't going to carry to dent at first.
As that one is through low outside off stump.
So there we go. Blame me. The curse. I don't know whether it would have carried. It may have carried just through to Chris Dent, but I'm sure having seen two not carry, Bracey's already in the mode of thinking, I've got to go for everything. So I think he was right to have a go, but he was only ever going to be able to get one glove on it, and it didn't stick.
Well, this is certainly a nervous start from this young Glamorgan pair, and 25 minutes in, it's a question of survival somehow, as Smale smashes another one through the leg side for 4, similar to the earlier delivery in the over. Clip that away. Anything on his legs he looks particularly strong on, and dispatch that one in style and moves into the 20s.
He's got 2 balls really to swing, has Matt Taylor, and they both started 2 straight and both been crashed away through the leg side. It makes a fearful thump off his bat when he does so, and it's hard to say, oh, the outfield isn't as slow as I thought it might have been, because he's just hit them that hard that they've still sped away.
He's quite a big lad, Will Smale. For a keeper, he's around the 6'3" mark, I believe. I think he's a touch taller than I am. 26 for naught. Smale has 21 of them. Taylor on his way. Bowls appeal for LBW, not given. Didn't sound entirely convinced, that one, in terms of the volume level.
No, I think that was not the in-ducker from Matt Taylor, who quite liked it, because I'm sure he's thinking, well, that's very possibly going on to hit the stumps, but I just don't think that it pitched in line. Well, we are basically bang in line in our position for this pitch, and it just didn't look as if it was the one that nipped back. He's been looking for it, but as I say, he's started them 2 straight when he's gone for the big in-swinger to try and target those pads.
Taylor in to bowl to Smale, leaves outside off stump. Ball goes through to Bracey. End of another eventful over here on BBC Sport Online. Glamorgan 26 without loss, having been put into bat.
Yeah, he's certainly looking very likely, Matt Taylor, in the 4 overs that he's sent down, but the issue is that when they've found the nicks so far, they've either not carried or they've just about carried, and one-handed efforts haven't stuck. It's not really been Gloucestershire's first just under half hour. Singdale will have a 4th over, and still the 4 slips, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and fine leg as Singdale bowls, and just trying to tempt Tribe into something outside the off stump there, but in the end the leave is affected. Marchant de Lange, by the way, was at one point hoping, I think, to be coming back for this last game of the season from his injury, but unfortunately that hasn't happened, so de Lange's season at an end, and of course he missed finals day as well. Singdale bowls, and leaving again is Tribe, so he'll be back, I'm sure, and fit and firing for next season. I'm sure he'll be off to various far-flung places in the winter, no doubt, as well.
I would hope so. I mean, he really is one of the politest men in the game, as long as you're not facing him from 22 yards away, in which case he'd be one of the people you'd be least likely to want to encounter.
But I guess it does open up a spot, for example, for Archie Bailey, who's standing at square leg. Singdale bowls to Tribe, and again it's left alone, but it's a no ball from Singdale. I did see that front line being poured in the previous over, and this time he has overstepped, so 28 without loss. Yeah,
Bailey will be a new name as far as Welsh listeners are concerned, and I presume we'll see him in the attack sooner rather than later.
Yeah, just 19 years old, and got 4 wickets, 4 for 30 in his second first-class innings at Lords. What a place to make your first-class debut. Singdale bowls, driving is Tribe. It's gone square on the offside. It beats backward point, and it will run away to the boundary for 4. So Ace of Tribe dealing in boundaries, and has 2 of them, 32 without loss. I'm not sure it went quite where it was originally intended, but still it has sped to the boundary, and Glamorgan continued to move along at a pace, especially off Singdale's bowling.
Yeah, yet another Glamorgan new combination in the championship. They did open together in the One Day Cup, and well, scoring almost at One Day Cup rates at the moment.
Well, particularly with the way that it was quite hard to get off to flying starts in the One Day Cup this year, and in fact even to some extent in the T20 with the white balls moving about. This would be an excellent 10 over power play score. Singdale bowls to Tribe, who chops down on that one. They'll take at least a single. That will be the sum of it, as Joe Phillips, moves across from backward point.
And Joe Phillips and Asa Tribe were the top 2 scorers for Cardiff UCCE in the friendly that was played at the end of March against Glamorgan. Joe Phillips made 65 and Asa Tribe made 47, and here they are opening the batting in opposition.
Thank you for stepping in there. It was a little bit of a struggle. Singdale bowls and forward defending as Smale back to the bowler. It did feel as though somebody had just taken some sandpaper to the back of my throat.
That's all right. We're no strangers to vocal struggles in this department. I had to miss almost 2 full days last week with throat problems, and Kenneth has been manfully struggling through as well.
It's that time of year. Temperature's supposed to get down to about 5 degrees tonight. Singdale completes his over and bowls and delivers a drive ball, and Will Smale has driven that and some. He has crashed it again through the covers with superb timing and power, and that means that Singdale has gone for 26 runs from his 4 overs, and Glamorgan, having been put in 37 without loss after 8 overs. I think it's high time, particularly from a throat point of view, to hand over to Kenneth Davis.
Thank you very much indeed to Ed Seaborn, who will be back as his vocals permit throughout the course of the afternoon. We shall try not to be too outrageously biased in Ed's absence. Speaking of Ed's, Ed Bevan will be with us tomorrow when Kenneth is on rugby duties, but welcome along to Kenneth for today and Sunday. As Matt Taylor in to bowl to Asa Tribe, who flicks it on the leg side, but straight to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, Prananda. Good afternoon, everybody. I am reticent. We should have a fullish day's play, but I'm reticent to believe the forecast after they duped us on Monday into believing there wouldn't be play at all in Nottingham. We were promised, it was worse, the forecast on Monday, than it was on Sunday.
It's a good job we didn't linger over our sausages, as Keir Starmer would say, and the next delivery from Taylor is allowed to go through by Tribe. No shot played, because we turned up to find the teams warming up and the covers off at Trent Bridge. It was still looked like a 90% chance of rain by the time the game was due to start, and well, it hardly rained at all, just a little light sprinkle at the end of the match.
Yeah, as you said, they probably could have played a bit more than the 20 overs apiece.
Taylor bowls, and that's down leg side, well taken by a tumbling Bracey. 37 for naught.
But a sensible decision it was, given how murky it was when we turned up, and well, better that than having to share the cup. That was the how it looked for a while, and as someone pointed out, if that was going to happen, we were all hoping that Glamorgan would have had the top half of the cup.
Yes, there was a
I can't claim that one.
Sun's out, guns out, as that is allowed to go through from Tribe. That one did cut back a bit and wasn't far from his off stump, and a rueful grin from Taylor as he turns and marches back towards us.
Yes, I'll be on URC duty tomorrow, but luckily, and this is all credit to Nick for mentioning to me on Monday that the game was going to be played at the Brewery Field Bridge End. I'd have been down at Swansea tomorrow, where Swansea City are playing Bristol City, which is why the game has been moved.
As Taylor's in bowls, and Tribe squared up by that one, sending it up to mid-off, fielded by Van Buren. No run, so if you want to listen to Kenneth in the language of heaven, 7:35 tomorrow night on S4C.
Yeah, the Stormers of South Africa, and brought a pretty decent squad with them as well at the start of the season. There was no South African games last week due to the domestic Currie Cup being played, the final there, which the Sharks of Natal won.
As Taylor runs away from us for the final ball of his 5th over. It's full, it's driven back down the ground by Tribe. It may well reach the boundary. It is being pursued, but the ball hops over the ropes, dribbles up towards the advertising hoarding beneath us. Van Buren can do nothing to prevent it. And Glamorgan, after 9 overs, a 41 without loss here on BBC Sport Online. Quite how they're without loss, only they will know, because there's been at least one full chance and a few half chances.
Yeah, they've sped away. It has to be said, Will Smale is more of a white ball cricketer, but I've got to say he's been I say find, he's not the find of the season because he's been around for a few seasons, but he has kept well in limited overs cricket and played in T20 cricket as well.
Yeah, certainly a man who's made progress this season.
Definitely, yeah. As Singdale will continue from the River Taff end. Here he comes, right arm over past the umpire, and that's pulled, but not timed by Will Smale. And the one thing you can say about Smale, if it is there to be hit, he will not back away. He does like to score quickly. And he got Glamorgan off to a good footing against Somerset, of course, at the top of the order, before Sam Northeast steadied the ship, so to speak, after losing 2 wickets in the opening over. Colin Ingram went cheaply as Singdale comes in. Bowls to Smale, who just pushes into the offside, and they'll amble through for an easy single. Tribe, of course, it was a workman-like first 50 for him against Yorkshire last week, and he needed it in terms of his confidence. He looked a bit shaky, shall we say, in the first innings, went out right at the end of the first day, and I think that would have done his confidence some wonders, really.
Yeah, it's been the pattern, isn't it, that middle order batters are thrust up the order to open in the first team. Well,
it's a problem position for Glamorgan, which needs to be addressed, but we were probably saying that last year as well.
Yes.
2 slips in for Singdale, who steams in from the River Tap end, and that's a plain miss from Asa Tribe, and he's cross with himself. He just does a bit of gardening on his guard, and that goes through to Bracey. It's the game of the Cup champions, of course. The Vitality T20 winners, Gloucestershire, against the Metrobank one-day winners, Glamorgan.
Yeah, it'll be something of a quiz question in future years, which were 2 competitions decided in T20 or 20 over format in the finals. It's a very slightly different format than on the power plays, but only technical.
We will take lunch at 1 o'clock, and well, I say hoping, and that is the crucial word for 80 overs today. Singdale coming in, and that's banged in short, and Tribe ducks under it, and it's taken by Bracey. I think it's a bit of wishful thinking on the part of the authorities.
Yeah, the light's not going to last, is it?
Well, it was dubious this morning. The problem being for this, in terms of this game, is that Sunday looks terrible in terms of the forecast. Should be okay tomorrow, but of course 2.5 days would have gone potentially. Singdale and Tribe leaves it outside off stump. Yesterday, couldn't believe it yesterday, the forecast wasn't good, but the deluge came in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, it was
came from the Caerphilly Hills to the left of us, and just absolutely bucketed down here. And if you were on Nick's X page, does sound dodgy these days, doesn't it?
Doesn't it? Send us an
It's
X
above
message.
board. Formerly Twitter.
Formerly known as the artist, formerly known as Twitter.
As Singdale comes in over the wicket, and that's just jabbed down to backward point, and there's no run. You could have seen the puddles everywhere, and credit to the ground staff. Drainage is very good these days, of course. In yesteryear, prior to this being a test venue, I think they'd have struggled to get perhaps any play for a while.
Yep, there were quite a few pools of water around the outfield, and certainly in the corners. And well, it's a day for beanies and several layers of clothing. Shouldn't imagine we'll see even the hardiest of supporters with their tops off today, like we saw a few last week. But you never know. 42 without loss.
Well, 1 or 2 are prone to. We'll mention no names, obviously.
First change of bowling, Archie Bailey into the attack from the Cathedral Road end. Wide ball and caned away by Smale. Point almost got a hand to it, and it's raced away through the sawdust to the boundary at point.
I think it was timed. However, Smale had plenty on it, and just goes to prove the point. If there's anything wide, or he's looked very well off his pads this morning, Taylor possibly just over pitching and straying down leg, and he's whipped a few away. That on the offside that time.
Yeah, Taylor's first 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 14. As Bailey is in bowls again outside off, this time closer to the timbers and deflected down to gully by Smale. There's no run. So 2 slips and a gully for the youngster Bailey, who has 4 first-class wickets to his credit in the second innings against Middlesex. Remarkable figures, 4 for 30 for a man in his first match. And comes back beyond the sawdust and then heads away from us. Bowls to Smale, outside off stump, and even the aggressive Smale is not tempted by that one because it was virtually too wide to get to effectively. We're looking straight down the barrel for this game. Our commentary position is straight down the wicket, which is in the centre of the ground for once. The rope is in about 10-15 metres on the pavilion side from the advertising hoardings and about 20 metres from the grandstand. As Bailey is into bowl, it's a better delivery, but it's firmly pushed into the offside by Smale. Half fielded at cover, deflected to point, and there's no run.
Yeah, the Yorkshire strip was way to the left of our vantage position here in the media centre at Sapphire Gardens. Hadn't seen it as left as that, Nick. I've seen it the other way a few times this season, which meant that the offside was a huge offside for
Bailey in, bowls, ooh, that's very wide again. Not quite got his radar right, young Archie, so far. Smale does not go for it because it's only just inside the white lines. So, reminder, if you want to contact us on X, formerly Twitter, at NickWebb2017, at Kenneth Davis, at EdCricket6. If you want to email me, NickWebb2017 at gmail.com. From either side, Gloucester supporters welcome to use that as well. That's better delivery from Bailey, driven though by Smale. Away on the offside, 5 dot balls of varying quality to add to the boundary first up. 46 for Glamorgan after 11 here on BBC Sport Online.
Interesting how this pans out today. If we look as if we will get a full day's play, if
ish,
yes. Fullish, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we'll go much beyond 5:30 unless it really gets a lot brighter.
But the point being, there might be a chat in terms of how we can proceed, because, as I say, Sunday isn't looking great at all.
Well, let's see how adventurous they are. It would be unusual for the captains to cook up effectively a one-innings match with maybe a double declaration with 2 days to go, if you like. They can't always go for the forecast, so I would be pleasantly surprised if we had an agreed run chase tomorrow. Tom Price, 8 wickets at 39 so far this season in the attack.
In place of Singdale, and here he comes, his first ball of his first spell, coming right arm over to Tribe, who jabs down. Oh, that almost ricocheted and dribbled behind and would have taken the bails off. That was close.
Wow, he wasn't able to react in time there, Asa Tribe.
No.
Jabbed the ball hard down into the ground.
He tried to get his right leg back to sort of kick it away, but I think he would have been too late.
Bounced very close to the leg stump.
So he breathes a sigh of relief to Asa Tribe as Price comes in, and that's driven firmly just to mid-off, and there's no run. 46 for no wicket.
Well, both batters have been fortunate, really. Tribe a couple of edges and then the near play on, and Smale dropped by Bracey on 17 off the bowling of Taylor.
A few inside edges as well. 2 slips, a gully. As Price comes in from the River Taff end, and there is no run as Tribe plays it into the offside and is fielded at point. So some 13 minutes left of this truncated first session.
Yes, this Glamorgan lineup is effectively a batter more than last week, with Carlson, North East Ingram, Cook and Callaway as all-rounder status.
Price ambles in, Tribe on strike, and that's played into the onside. There was some muffled encouragement from the slip cordon.
Last week we had Callaway up at 5 and Cook at 6. Probably be 6 and 7 in either order, with Van der Hoogten reliable in the lower order, especially on Monday. A vital bit of biffing at the end, 26 not out off 9 balls.
Well, we didn't know how vital until we saw Sean Dixon coming in and smacking it to all parts, and had he stayed in, well, who knows? That was the crucial wicket, Andy Govin. He was caught by Colin Ingram, but he looked dangerous. As Price, this is a good over so far, and as mentioned, the commentator's curse as that's whipped through square on the onside for 4.
There we are, we have got a crowd here. Albeit
what? I think Ed counted them earlier.
They're 50 odd when Ed counted them just before play. I think it's probably somewhere between 100 and 200 paying spectators in the ground. But 50 up for Glamorgan between these two youngsters, which is a good start.
In the 12th over, this is the last ball for Price, and that's a good length delivery, and that's Tribe strode forward, played it defensively, and there's no run. Good over apart from that boundary on the 5th ball, and Glamorgan, as Nick mentioned, are 50 for no wicket.
Yes, Smale, the 9th debutant, I believe, for Glamorgan in first-class cricket this season, which is a high number. Amir Evans probably used up about 3 weeks' worth of luck in the opening 45 minutes, but it won't say that in the book. Indeed. Yes, I was starting drafting my report for Wisden last night in the absence of cricket yesterday. I'll take a few weeks to reflect on it and send it in towards the end of October. As here's Bailey in to bowl to Smale, and he pushes it to cover, and there's no run. Two number 28s up against each other, Bailey and Smaley, as of course he is known to teammates with the inevitable awfulness of cricket surnames. Put a Y on everything, unless it's already O. Yeah, occasionally O, unless it's already got a Y on, in case which you take it off and add some other letter. As Bailey bowls outside off stump, Smale deliberately, I think, playing inside the line through to Bracey.
So we are yet to receive a retainer list. We're waiting with bated breath.
We are indeed.
But as you mentioned, Nick, the inclusion of Leonard would suggest something is about to be offered to the youngster from Somerset, who was in their extended squad for Monday.
Yeah, he was up there with Somerset kit on. Bailey bowls outside off stump, and Smale lays into it, drives it through the covers, races away on the pavilion side of the ground. One of his more definite shots there, and he's had plenty of definite shots, Will Smale. Nice cover drive.
Slight surprise, Nick, that they didn't persevere just for this one game at the end of the season with Ben Morris. Thought he did okay against Yorkshire. He was a bit wayward in the first innings, a bit of nerves, obviously his first-class debut.
Yeah, yes, I am, to be honest. You'd have thought he would have got another run out here. 54 for naught. Bailey bowls, and Smale dead bats it on the offside. And there's no run. Another... area of sunlight sweeping over Sophia Gardens. There's quite a bit of blue sky away to our left. Well, if this is around between 5 and 6, it'll improve the chances of our getting something approaching the 80 overs in. 20% chance of rain this afternoon as Bailey bowls, and that's again a little bit over full, and it's driven off a thick edge down towards third man. It's picked up just inside the ropes, and a couple of runs ensue. Bailey, in only his second first-class match, is just giving them a bit too much width at the moment.
Well, they're scoring freely at 4.3 and over in this 13th.
As away goes Bailey again, bowls to Smale, again very full length, again driven by Smale, but this time gently, only up to Van Buren, the skipper, looking at mid-off, no run. End of the over, 56 without loss, and hope you're enjoying some county cricket wherever you're listening, because this is basically your only option at the moment. So hope to entertain you for another few minutes before lunch, and then again at 1:40, as there's no international cricket either. The England-Australia game at Lord's has yet to get underway. Ireland are playing South Africa in Abu Dhabi. I imagine the weather is somewhat better there. That's at 4:30 British time.
If that doesn't get played, there's something wrong. As Tom Price continues from the River Taff end to Tribe, and that's cut aggressively beyond point for 4. Too much width there, and Tribe didn't miss out. These two have put on 60 as we near lunch here at Sophia Gardens.
Yeah, Ace of Tribe had a few little cameos in the middle order in the one-day cup, but obviously opening the innings is a very different kettle of fish, and well, anything they can get, even what they've got already, will be something of a confidence boost. If they can get through another couple of overs till lunch, they'll be absolutely delighted.
Coming in is Tom Price, right arm over, and that's a better ball, and that's worked into the onside, but there's no run.
But Gloucestershire have had, well, the one chance that was put down by Bracey off Smale. Each batter had an edge that dropped maybe on the half volley to slip, and then Tribe nearly played on to Tom Price's first delivery. So it's been a litany of near misses for the Shire so far.
As in comes Tom Price to Ace of Tribe, and he'll have to go again. Back to his mark.
That was a little slip. One of his teammates is looking rather suspiciously at the run-up area.
As Price does come in this time, right arm over to Tribe, and just clipped into the onside through square for a single. It was still very damp, obviously, this morning. The rain had fallen overnight, which meant a delayed start, but I have to admit I didn't foresee any cricket before lunch, because I don't think had that deluge not happened yesterday, we wouldn't have played until after, because it was the outfield was so wet.
Well, it's just good to see some action.
Yeah. In this last championship fixture, Price in to Smale, and who just flirts with that outside off stump, and it goes through to keeper Bracey.
Yeah, that's a play and a miss from Will Smale. There is a strip of matting, by the way, down one of the used wickets, which is 1, 2, 3, 4 away, I think, from the strip we're using. So it's a bit of matting to the pavilion side.
Price in To Smail again, it's a good length delivery, and again whisks past the outside edge through to keeper Bracey.
They're flirting with disaster at the moment, these Glamorgan openers. Yes, that area of matting will be to the right of your picture if you're looking, as we will be shortly, over the shoulder of Tom Price, bowling from the River Taff end.
So this the final ball of Tom Smith's over to Smail, and he squares him up, does Tom Price. That was a good over. Better one for Gloucestershire, who still await their first breakthrough of the first session. We've had 14 overs here at Sapphire Gardens. Glamorgan 61 for no wicket, and we'll squeeze another one in before lunch.
Tells you the state of the weather, doesn't it, that Glamorgan players up on the balcony are wearing, in various cases, shades and beanies, and in some cases both. It was distinctly chilly, so if you're thinking of heading down this afternoon or tomorrow, add an extra layer or two to your possessions. Zafar Gohar, it is the traditional spinners over before lunch. Sporting cricket cliche number 73. To be bowled by number 77, Zafar Gohar, who claimed 6 for 43 in a Gloucestershire victory here in 2021. Last match here between the two sides was drawn. Last meeting, of course, was tied in Cheltenham, Gloucestershire, with 3 recent wins here in 21, 18 and 17. As Zafar's in and bowls, and Tribe watches it onto the bat carefully. Glamorgan's last win over Gloucestershire here was back in 2013 when Chris Cook made a half-century. Still on the Glamorgan staff, still a regular 11 years later. Goa bowls, and Tribe is forward. Zafar Gohar then this season 19 wickets at an average of 23 and a bit, including a 6-wicket haul against Sussex last week. Once capped for his country, Pakistan, as Tribe defends that one cautiously. There's a short leg in, as well as a slip, as Zafar looks to make the breakthrough before lunch. 12:59 on the scoreboard. He's got 3 balls to do it in. Floats that one up. Tribe forward carefully.
He also did the double, of course, in T20 action over Glamorgan, and the last
ball win here.
Yeah.
Zafar in, bowls, and forward comes Tribe.
Well, of course, we forget that the one-day campaign started for Glamorgan with a win over Gloucestershire here, which looked unlikely for a while in that game.
So, last ball before lunch, Zafar bowls, and Tribe drives it very firmly to mid-off. I thought for a moment that he was looking to hit through mid-wicket, but made a decent enough contact anyway. So that is the end of the first session here on BBC Sport Online. Glamorgan having been put into bat 61 without loss. Smail has 36 on championship debut. Tribe has 22 not out. Gloucestershire having their moments, both men nearly dismissed, but they have survived. 61 without loss. Commentary resumes at 1:40.
Keep away from going too close to the square. No use of hard balls, and please do not eat or drink on the outfield. And as a special, the Metrobank One Day Cup will be on display, and the outfield are very welcome to come and have photos taken with it. If you're looking for something to eat or drink, the Pyramid Lounge Cafe on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion is open, 10% discount for Glamorgan members. Urban Jungle is open next to Gate 2. The Missouri shop is open also near Gate 2, selling a commemorative Glamorgan Metro Bank One Day Cup Champions t-shirts and polo shirts, and also it's your last chance to buy something from the range of Chris Cook testimonial wear. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open. That's on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. And if you want to have a bit of shelter, the Lewis Lounge is open on the second floor of the National Cricket Centre. The Buccaneers' last ever end-of-season presentation evening for Glamorgan players is taking place at the Towers Hotel, Swansea, this coming Monday evening, the 30th of September. It's your chance to celebrate the Metro Bank One Day Cup final win with many of the players. Full details are on the Buccaneers website.
A good start for Glamorgan, 61 without loss at lunch, having been put into bat. Play started at 12, but the ground staff have done well. This is the only county match being played at the moment. Will Smale on championship debut has lived on the edge sometimes. He was dropped on 13, but he's hit hard to reach 36 not out. Asa Tribe, another youngster making his way in the game, is on 22 not out. He nearly played on when he was on 13. So play resumes at 1:40. Glamorgan 61 without loss.
There's not much cricket to report on from elsewhere in the country at Lords. The latest one-day international between England and Australia. The toss will be made at 1:30. There's been nothing they've been able to play before then. At Taunton, day 2 of Somerset versus Hampshire. Somerset bowled out for 136 yesterday. Hampshire 76 for 6 in reply from 35 overs. If you enjoy watching Glamorgan home matches, membership is the most cost-effective way of supporting the county. Our membership packages for 2025 are now available and offer something for everyone. Red ball cricket, white ball cricket, or both, and a number of flexible season passes. You can find full details on our website, glamorgancricket.com. This game, of course, continues until Sunday. Then the next big occasion at Sophia Gardens is the always popular Sophia Works fireworks display, which takes place here at the Gardens on Sunday evening, the 3rd of November. Gates open at 5 o'clock. Tickets are selling fast. In fact, premium seating is already sold out. The whole event is sold out for the last 2 years, and we're confident that it'll be just as popular this season, so you should move fast to buy your tickets. Members get a 10% discount by entering a code which has been emailed to you, and you can get your tickets from the website glamorgancricket.com. Glamorgan cricket, we stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are stronger. We are dedicated to raising the game, so if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting your nearest steward in the strictest confidence or by texting UNITE to 60650. Welcome back to match umpires Simon Wood and Mark Newell.
Welcome back to the afternoon's action then, here on BBC Sport Online from Sophia Gardens, where Glamorgan resume on 61 without loss, having been put into bat. A series of near misses as far as the Gloucestershire bowlers were concerned. Notably, Smale being dropped by Bracey off Matt Taylor on 17, and Tribe chopping a ball down. The first ball bowled by Tom Price, in fact, very adjacent to his leg stump, nearly played on when he was on 30. We had one over of spin from Zafar before lunch. 4 seamers used. We have 33 overs scheduled for the afternoon session. Tea is taken when 32 remain, theoretically. But who knows in terms of the weather. We may get passing shower, we may have bad light later on, but let's just enjoy what we've got. Kenneth Davis alongside myself, Nick Webb.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon all, and Glamorgan got into their stride quite quickly, courtesy of Smale and Tribe, and took advantage of anything that was slightly offline, especially Smale looking to cash in. Slightly fortuitous. Dropped by Bracey, who went for one in front of Dent at first slip. But they are free-flowing players who like to score quickly. And Smale has knocked up 36 off 51. Tribe is unbeaten on 22. So Gloucestershire still striving for their breakthrough. It will be Tom Price who will start the afternoon session from the River Taff end. We've had Price, Singdale, Taylor and Bailey as Price will start from the river end, and that's driven firmly, aggressively by Smale to a wide-ish mid-off, and there's no run. I thought Bailey possibly was the one that didn't get his arrows as he would have liked prior to lunch. Slightly wayward. As Price comes around with 2 slips, mid-off, mid-on, cover, mid-wicket. Price coming in, bangs that on a good length, and that's just played into the offside to cover by Smale, and there's no run. Deep backward square, there's a fine leg.
We were the first into action today at 12 o'clock. They're in action over the water. Somerset against Hampshire. The match will decide second and third in the first division. Hampshire 100 for 6 in reply to Somerset's 136.
As Tom Price comes in over the wicket, and there's a big shout of LBW, and there's a long pause, and it's adjudged not out.
Yeah, they certainly gave that all the Gloucestershire fielders to umpire Newell.
Good shout as well, maybe outside the line.
Yeah, just outside the line or some doubt. Umpire's call, as of course is everything at county championship level, but yeah, may just have got his pad outside the line for the contact, Will Smale. Otherwise, that would probably have crashed into middle and off.
Price then. Some encouragement for the medium pacer, and that's good length delivery, and Smale is forward once more. Yes, the fact that we could go upstairs on Monday took us by surprise, really.
Yeah, we're not used as county commentators, especially since we had possibly one. Was there one TV game earlier on in the competition in the T20? I can't remember. I didn't do anything that was on television.
Played down at Canterbury. That was a TV game. Well, it was a reduced game because of the weather. As Price comes in, and well, Smale flirted with that outside off stump. There's been a few of those outside his off stump. Yes, I distinctly remember because we had a gantry in front of our vantage position at Canterbury.
Yes,
which was noted by Tony Cotty.
The BBC vantage point was dubious in the extreme, wasn't it?
It was a game that Glamorgan won, albeit it was to no avail in their attempt to get through of the Southern group. Here is Price. That's driven, but it was streaky because Smale looked as if he was trying to drive through mid-wicket. It went very fine and sped away to the boundary for 4. Just have a look at this again. Yeah.
A little bit inside edgy, but not too bad. Maybe aiming towards square leg. Anyway, he's up to 40 and the total 65 without loss. In the one-day international, Australia won the toss and put England into bat at Lords, but there's been no action so far. It's still down as match delayed. So a few of the championship games in, well, 3 to be precise, in play at the moment. Giving you the score from Taunton at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire 62 for 3 in reply to sorry, that's the first innings of the match. They're playing Warwickshire, and a draw there would realistically do both sides and send Lancashire down, and Lancashire haven't got on today against Worcestershire, whom they reduced to, well, they had 7 down very cheaply. Worcestershire recovered a bit to 119 for 7. But it is Lancashire who are likely to be dropping to play these two counties in the second division as Matt Taylor comes around the wicket and push and run into the offside, and throw comes in. Tribe called it, and then there was a little do don't you moment between the two batters, and well, the throw missed I think Smale would just about have been all right, but it wasn't the most convincing piece of running.
Well, it wasn't convincing because it wasn't guided that far away from the fielder. And I think that was tight. Maybe just Smale would have been home.
So 66 without loss, but Gloucestershire must be wondering how on earth it is naught in the wickets column. Smale on strike on 40. Taylor in to bowl to him, and he plays that one firmly towards mid-on, where it's fielded by Tom Price. No run. 66 for no wicket, so we've got the two Prices in the team, Ollie and Tom, but just the one Taylor, Matt, since Jack is in action in a T10 tournament in Zimbabwe. As Smale waits for Taylor. Straight run, and squeezes that one away towards square leg. Single taken.
Some of these players now are turning their attention to the beach, aren't they? For a long winter. It's the benefits of being a cricketer. Cheaper prices when everybody else is back at work. Although a lot now play various forms around the world.
Indeed. Well, if there's money to be made, you can't blame them.
No.
As long as you don't complain about congestion in the schedule thereafter. Taylor's in to bowl to Stribe, who's defending into the offside.
Oh, that'll always be complained about.
Yes, it's too busy a summer. Well, why are you playing in the T10 in January then? But you can't blame people making the most out of it. It is a short, precarious and not hugely lucrative career for some county players. Taylor to Tribe, who turns that one down to fine leg, takes the single. 68 without loss here on BBC Sport Online. Nice to see Trevor Freeman, who usually follows us on social media and online from Dublin, over for this game.
Yeah, spoke to him at the boundary when the players were warming up, and he said he had enjoyed a meal in Cardiff last night.
As Taylor's in to bowl to Smale, who's forward defending back to bowler, no run.
The unfortunate thing was he didn't know where he'd been eating, so he couldn't tell me. He couldn't suggest that it was a place to go.
I'm sure there are one or two Welsh sports fans who would have similar experiences of Dublin.
Indeed.
68 for noughts.
Mainly on international weekends.
Yes, indeed. No Wales Island men's game over in Dublin. It's in Cardiff this year. Tickets went on sale to the general public this morning for England of the matches against Ireland and England, just a mile or so away from us at the Principality Stadium.
Yeah, although the Dragons are there this evening, and that is going to be a tough game as Price comes in from the River Taff and to Asa Tribe, who's unbeaten on 24, trying to follow up his knock of 50 plus last week against Yorkshire. And he's looked solid. Another one of the youngsters who've tried to break through this season. Will be awaiting news regarding the retainer list. And Price just has to check back, start his run up once more. Sunshine over Sophia Gardens, which has been a rarity in the last 24 hours. Coming in is Tribe and knocks that square of the wicket on the onside, and there is a single taken.
Yes, among the contracts we do know about, signed up for next year, Sam Northeast, Alex Horton, one of the reserve wicket keepers, Eddie Byram, Kieran Carlson and Ben Callaway have got another 2 years definitely, and Mason Crane another 3 years definitely. There are quite a few announcements to be made,
which will probably be made in the next few days. Price in to Tribe, and has that been caught? Yes, it has. I thought it died on second slip, but it was taken. Smart chance of the bowling of Price. Well, there have been chances this morning. There's been a drop chance, and in the end, you have to say Gloucestershire have been plugging away and have deserved that breakthrough. So Tribe falls for 25 off the bowling of Tom Price. No, it was Smale, rather. Beg your pardon. Smale trudges away towards the pavilion, and the danger man, who's knocked up 41 and was in the groove, falls the first wicket to fall. Glamorgan a 69 for 1.
And it was Tom's brother Ollie who did the duties at slip. 69 for 1, and you can't say that Gloucestershire don't deserve that wicket, really. It has been coming. Glamorgan not able to kick on after lunch as Smale departs for 41 and is replaced by number 41, Colin Ingram, the veteran South African left-hander who has played 10 championship matches and notched up 500s and 550s. He's already got 1,267 runs in the county championship, a lot more than anyone else. Kieran Carlson and Sam Northeast have chances to get to 1,000. Northeast is on 940, with about 90% of them having been scored away from home. And Kieran Carlson on 922. And were they both to get there, it would be the first time that 3 Glamorgan batters has reached the milestone in a season since 2011. With the fewer games in the championship these days.
Colin Ingram, Glamorgan's player of the season in this format, comes in, takes guard. 3 slips in for the South African, and slightly taken aback by that wicket because there was barely any celebration from the the Gloucester players rather. As Price comes in, 3 slips in now. Ingram leaves that outside off stump. It was almost bizarre.
Considering how hard they'd appealed for the LBW in the over before, and there's obviously a lot of pent-up frustration in that Gloucestershire side, you would have thought there'd been a lot more celebration when they finally did get the wickets caught. Price bowled Price,
which was the reason I thought it may have dropped short of second slip, but good catch as Price comes in, and that is left once more by Colin Ingram.
It's jagged away quite a bit off the pitch, didn't it? It started wide, so it didn't pose a danger, but a bit of movement there off the surface. What are we in? 18th over.
Probably the best conditions of the day. Sophia Gardens in the sunshine as Gloucestershire aiming for another wicket here. Price, and streakily played, and it flew over third slip and went away all the way to the boundary. So Tom Price could have picked up his second wicket, but the saying, if you're going to flash, flash hard, and that's what Ingram did. Well, it would have been a tough chance, but it was there to be taken.
Yeah, it was Miles Hammond in the third slip position, dived away to his left, couldn't get a mitt on it. But danger for Ingram. He's off the mark with 4. It's 73 for 1. 18 overs gone, so 4 runs and over. The Glamorgan run rate. Matt Taylor looking for his first wicket of proceedings while out of the championship side. Just the 7 wickets in fact so far this season, as They thought he'd almost got one through Ace of Tribe's defences there as he chopped down, and it looks as though he defends quite late, Ace of Tribe.
Well, there was one before lunch, wasn't there, where he jabbed down and could have, the backspin could have taken the bails off.
Yeah, that one, I think, inside edged on the pad. 73 for 1, but Gloucestershire very much in the game. 2 slips posted by Matt Taylor as he bowls, and Tribe is forward, defending to mid-off, and there is no run. So can Glamorgan make the most of this positive start? And be interesting to see whether Sam Northeast and Graham Van Buren do any cooking between them over the next 24 hours to try and magic up a result in case it pours down on Sunday. Taylor bowls very full length, little bit of in swing there. Well played by Tribe to mid-on. So if you're joining us for the first time in this afternoon session, Gloucestershire won the toss and put Glamorgan in. Gloucestershire changing, well, half their bowling attack effectively from their last time out, with Actor, Middleton and Goodman giving way to Matt Taylor, Bailey and Singh Dale. Taylor bowls, Tribe leaves, while on the Glamorgan side, Crane and Morris miss out, the leg spinner and the rookie seamer, and coming in, Will Smale making his first class debut for Glamorgan, and also in Ned Leonard, the seamer on loan from Somerset, as that's driven by Tribe, but straight to cover. There's no run.
They obviously see something in young Ned Leonard, who's on loan from Somerset, and there is a dearth of options in the bowling department. So will we see him offered a deal?
Yes, he's not been very lucky so far, as we have a ball that isn't from Matt Taylor, who pulled out at the very last moment there. Not sure if the batter pulled away. Didn't see it if he did, but it was dead ball called. And Taylor is now cleaning his boots, so maybe just slipped at the last moment on this soft surface. As Taylor in bowls and Tribe drives on the offside. No run. Maiden over then from Taylor to Tribe. Taylor's bowled 7 overs, 0 for 17. Ace Tribe has 25 off 51 deliveries. Colin Ingram has 4 off 3. The man back in the shed. Smale caught Ollie Price, bowled Tom Price for 41.
Few more spectators have come in. Far side on the tough end of the ground.
Trickled in rather than flooded in.
Not flooded in. As Tom Price is in pursuit of another wicket. They have Gloucestershire 4 slips in now for Tom Price, who's coming in right arm around the wicket to Colin Ingram, who again a bit of shape there for Price. Just going away at the last moment, and it's left by Colin Ingram, who went cheaply for his standards. 11 he made in the final, was caught at long on. He's made 15 every championship game that he's played. 83 in the first innings against Yorkshire as Tom Price comes in to Ingram, and again that's left similarly to the last ball and taken by James Bracey. But without his contributions this year, well, Glamorgan would have been struggling. because there's batters who have been indifferent in terms of their form.
Yeah, I was penning a few lines about the season last night. It really has been highs and lows.
In comes Tom Price, and again, good length delivery, and Ingram has to play at that, and it's prodded into the offside, and there's no run.
I think realistically, the championship form of the last month has put a considerable blot on the season. Obviously, there's the high of having a trophy like Gloucestershire, but the lows of 3 defeats in 4, one of which a heavy one at the bottom side, Derbyshire.
Price is into Ingram, and again he has to play, but it's in bisects 4th slip and point, so they can take a single.
Just be nice to see Sam Northeast score some runs at Sophia Gardens against the red ball, because as I say, the vast proportion of his championship runs have come away from home. Well, 335 in the first game, and then 187 at Cheltenham, and 140 odd on the final day in the defensive effort at Headingley.
As they arrange the field for Ace at Tribe, 3 slips into the youngster. Price still arranging his field, mid-off, mid-on, deep square. Cover as Price comes in from the River Taff end, and Tribe resolutely defends, and there's no run. Yeah, so yes, Northeast average skewed slightly by those 3 knocks. He was absent as well during, well, mainly in the one-day cup during August. Price coming in past the umpire, right arm over, and Tribe, that squares Tribe up. He was trying to play it to the onside, but it goes down to the vacant 3rd man area, so there's enough time for them to head back for a second, and they come home with something to spare. 76 for 1. That is the end of the over, with Tribe moving to 27. Ingram is unbeaten on 5. Glamorgan 76 for 1.
Bright sunshine, quite a breeze here at Sophia Gardens this afternoon. Trees not turning too brown so far, but certainly there have been quite a few leaves scattered in the corner of the ground, blowing around for the last couple of championship games. But as I say, if you're heading down, I'd pack an extra layer just in case, because it can be quite chilly when the sun goes in. At the moment, all very pleasant. 20 overs bowled, a quarter of our scheduled day's entertainment.
Says he with scepticism.
Yeah, don't hold your breath. Likely to be quite murky by 5:30. And no floodlights, unfortunately, able to be used. Colin Ingram on strike for the first time against Taylor, driving him through the offside. That sounded good, and it was good from the batter's point of view. It races away way beyond the boundary and up to the pavilion hoardings. Ingram to 9, Glamorgan on to 80 for 1. Just a little bit of swing.
But anything that's over-pitched, Colin Ingram, just that sound, the crack of the bat.
Enjoys that offside driving, does Colin Ingram. There is a backward point to cover and a mid-off, but he bisected the point and cover fielders with that one. 80 for 1. Taylor into bowled down leg side, overcompensated. Ingram doesn't get anything on it.
So the worry is you overcompensate against Ingram, and he's so strong on the leg side as well, but couldn't cash in there.
Yeah, not too many areas of weakness for Colin Ingram, 39 years old.
Will he get a year contract?
We'll see.
What's the
we'll
word?
See.
Well, what's your hunch, Nick?
as that is driven again by Ingram through the offside for 4 more. Give him 5 years.
Yeah, exactly.
84 for 1. Ingram to 13 not out. I mean, I would have thought he'd welcome a couple of years, but does a guy at 39 get a 2-year contract?
Or could he, you know...
Or will there be a coaching element?
Yes, that's what I was going to suggest. If he gets a year and then potentially a year play a coaching role of some sort.
Yeah, I believe he has had some involvement with the academy.
Well, to pass on his invaluable knowledge.
Yeah. As on his way away from us is Matt Taylor, and defended by Ingram up to wide mid on. Initially fancied a single, but then saw that Van Buren was on the case and sent Tribe back.
Well, he is settled here now in the Vale of Glamorgan, so he would welcome, I'm sure, as you say, a couple of years.
If the knees hold up. But really, knee surgery around about 5 years ago absolutely saved his career, because he was hobbling around for 1 season. Taylor bowls. Oh, that's jagged back in at Ingram, and well defended. Well, he really is getting a bit of movement here, is Matt Taylor. Possibly both ways. That one forced Ingram to look lively on the defensive, considering he only played 1 championship match in a 4-year spell. Colin Ingram was very much a white ball player, but the knee repairs allowed him to go back to red ball. Driven again by Ingram, not quite timed this time. To cover, runs up to mid off. 84 for 1. The 2 boundaries off that Matt Taylor over. 84 for 1. Ingram 13, Tribe 27.
And Glamorgan looking to consolidate after losing Will Smale. The only wicket to fall in this second session on the second day. No play at all possible yesterday after the deluge that came down around lunchtime, prior to lunchtime. Play was quickly abandoned. There would have been no hope of getting any play. The puddles, various parts of the ground. And given the rain overnight, the ground staff had done a remarkable job of getting this on. So 84 for 1. Tribe unbeaten on 27. Ingram quickly on to 13. Tribe on strike to face Price, and he ducks out of the way and is taken through by keeper Bracey. Ingram is 13 from 13. Obviously scores very quickly. Seldom does he miss out on a scoring opportunity. So pleasant conditions here at the moment at Sophia Gardens, with Price coming in to Tribe, who is forward and prods that back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Yeah, they were looking for a 2 o'clock start in the one-day international between England and Australia at Lords, but that hasn't happened. Covers back on, and the game will be reduced further, but
with the only part that's missing the bad stuff, it seems, today. 3 slips in for Tom Price, who steams in. Tribe drives firmly towards wideish mid-off, and there's no run.
Score over the water at Taunton. Hampshire recovering somewhat to 126 for 6, a half-century partnership between Brown and opener Albert, who's then 56 not out, and Hampshire 10 runs behind Somerset now on first innings with 4 wickets left.
3-dot ball so far. Price to Tribe, Bit of encouragement for the bowler, but he whips that round the corner through square, behind square for a single.
And unless Somerset win the game, they will finish up in third place, having been the main challengers to Surrey for so long. Somerset runners-up to Gloucestershire, runners-up to Glamorgan, and struggling there to be runners-up to Surrey and the championship.
Yeah, fell apart in the space of almost a week. Much to the delight, I'm sure, to many a Gloucestershire fan who beat their nearest and dearest in the final of the T20. There is going to be a fourth slip in for Tom Price. Ingram is on strike as he trudges in. Bowls on that edge, and that's dropped at third slip. Well, we saw one a few overs ago flashed by Ingram. That sped away over the slip cordon. That one, well, it just didn't stick. And it was Hammond who got his right hand towards it. It was a tough chance.
Yeah, you wonder why Ingram did play at it. Hammond got a good paw on it. The ball ran about 15 metres behind him, but that's definitely a chance.
It is, and another one goes begging. So Glamorgan and Ingram playing with fire at the moment. Hammond will be disappointed, although a tough chance. As Nick mentioned, he got a hand on it, and he would have hoped that would have stuck as Price comes in, and that flashes outside the off stump of Asa Tribe. So Price is unlucky not to have picked up another wicket, and a prized wicket it would have been of Colin Ingram as well, with Glamorgan 86 for 1.
Well, Price could have had all three men out, couldn't he, really? Ingram dropped there, and Tribe very nearly played on to Price's first ball. Did have Smale dismissed, courtesy of his brother, Price's brother Ollie, that is, with a catch at second slip. 86 for 1. 26 overs until the tea interval here on BBC Sport Online, as our screen threatens to turn itself off. And Taylor bowls very full, hammered back past him by Ingram for 4 runs. Can't bowl there, and Matt Taylor will know that. Absolutely smashed back past him by Ingram, and no one even chased it. We'll get Ed Seaborn out of sick bay and on commentary instead of me after this over. 90 for 1. Got a sun hat on the field. Ed Middleton, I think that is, on the sub field, is wearing 55 if he's got the right shirt on. As that's again
right.
Repeat, absolutely the same as the previous ball. Up in the block hole, driven by Ingram, back through, very straightish mid-on. Same result. Ingram 22, 94 for 1.
Yeah, just again, as we see how strong he is, all parts of the ground.
He's not hanging around today, Colin Ingram. 22 off 16 deliveries. Glamorgan could do with some first innings runs. They did get them here against Leicestershire with a big lead, but it's not been the best of seasons in terms of batting consistency. Yes, courtesy of this man, Colin Ingram, as he defends one on the offside. But there have been too many occasions where Glamorgan have been behind on first innings and scrapping to stay in the game, and although they've done that on a few occasions, they need to transfer some of their second innings runs into the first innings. Easier said than done in British conditions, especially since they don't win the toss too often. Taylor bowls. Ingram swings it away on the leg side, hits it hard down towards backward square, but Gloucestershire have a sweeper down on the boundary there. Ingram rehearses the shot at the non-striker's end. There is an awful lot of movement between right and left-handed batters. Taylor comes round the wicket, but he starts his run almost directly behind the umpire. And in fact, when he starts his run, Tribe probably can't see him. Very straight as we look straight down the wickets from the commentary box. It's a very good position for this particular game, since they play a lot towards either side of the square at the start of the season. Tend to move inwards. 95 for 1. Tribe has 28 of them and remains on that score as he defends to Middleton at short mid-wicket, no run. Hampshire 1-3-5 for 6 at Taunton, 1 run in arrears. Nottinghamshire against Warwickshire, both sides would be happy with a draw at Trent Bridge. Notts 123 for 3. The youngster Freddie McCann is 63 not out. Taylor bowls. Tribe drives. He's timed that one fairly well through the covers. I don't think it's going to reach the boundary. They'll run 2 and they'll settle for that. Decent pursuit by the skipper Van Buren. 97 for 1 then at the end of the over. Ingram 23, Tribe has 30, and Kenneth Davis to be joined by BBC Radio Bristol's Ed Seaborn.
Thanks, Nick. So these two trying to forge ahead here after lunch. Despite the loss of Will Smale, the only wicket to fall, Ingram has quickly gone on to 23 from 18. Just shows his turnover really in terms of runs scored. Tribe is on 30 and he's looking to take a step forward after his knock of 50 plus against Yorkshire, and he's looked well, has Asa Tribe. Still 4 slips in for Tom Price, who starts his run up from the River Taff end of the ground. Colin Ingram was dropped in the last over and flirts with that outside off stump. So he's given away a few chances as Ingram. He flashed at one early on when he came in, but flashed hard, and that flew over the slip cordon. But the last one, Hammond, probably being self-critical, would have expected to take, even though it was a smart chance. Price coming in to Ingram. Bowls, and it's driven firmly, and they don't need to move for that. We've seen him on drive past the bowler. That's exquisitely off-driven, and that is Colin Ingram at his best.
That's why they called him the bulldozer. Shots like that, just that power that he gets. I remember there's a feature I think that was done on TV about his batting, and he was one of the early ones really to think about kind of swing path and that sort of thing. I was thinking about it more in terms of golf almost than cricket, in terms of his T20 batting.
Price in to Ingram. That's driven through the covers. Might not get all the way, but there's a couple here for Colin Ingram, and yet they notch up another 2. Very seldom do you see him with it's just very little backlift. He's just the power element, and the timing is superb.
Yeah, and he's been severe on Gloucestershire. He's had some deliveries to put away. I think they've bowled well in 2 or 3 over, maybe maximum periods, and then along will come an over where they bowl 2 boundary balls, and it just all dissipates.
Yeah, Price, who took the wicket of Smale, is driven, and that might have gone, but he feels, but that was firmly driven on the onside, but the bowler picked it up, and there is no run. But yes, you're right, Ed, because Price was getting it to shape away a few overs ago, but it just hasn't been on a consistent basis, unfortunately. And Glamorgan again have dealt with the loss of Smail, and these two looking comfortable at the moment, you would say.
Yeah, in a situation where you would really have expected ball to be on top of bat,
yeah,
with a pitch that was undercover for as long as it was, moisture about, end of season.
Price coming around to Ingram. Oh, he had a little nibble at that outside off stump and thought better of it as it went through to Bracey. Yeah, I think both sides would have been looking to win the toss.
I mean, I think it's also just, you see from that ball there as well, if you don't bowl it quite so full, all of a sudden there's a little bit of movement there. And just imagining what somebody like a Van der Guchten would have done running in here, just hammering on that length.
Price in 3 slips now in for Ingram, who just dabs that down into the offside, and they trudge through for a single. They've probably been, and that is the end of the over, incidentally. Glamorgan 104 for 1, Tribe 30. Ingram is also 30 from 24, just shows how quickly he's been scoring. Probably have bowled too full,
yeah,
you would say, has been the theme in the first session.
Yeah, and you want, obviously, to get people driving and playing off the front foot and bringing the outside edge into play, but you can go too far, and I think that's probably what's happened here. And we're going to see a bit of spin now with Zafar Gohar returning to the attack from the Cathedral Road end, and I don't think this is a bad move at all. I think in that morning session, if we can call it a session, brief opening stanza, 15 overs in the morning. Actually, the one over that Zafar bowled looked as likely as anybody to take a wicket in that morning session, so we'll see whether he can extract anything out of the surface. If there's a bit of dampness about, he might get a little bit of grip out of it and some turn. Of course, it is day 2, but it's effectively, I mean, what are we, how many overs so far? 24, so we're still effectively in the first morning of the match, and Gloucestershire having to go to spin because they haven't got the consistency that they would have liked out of their seamers. Slip and a short leg for Zafar in terms of men round the bat. He bowls to Ingram, he's back and punching away down to a, well, long on really, as Hammond trots in off the boundary, and 105 for 1 the score.
Yeah, no Mason Crane for Glamorgan, so it'll be Kellaway to take the reins in terms of spin for the home side.
The switch bowler.
The switch bowler, indeed.
Round the wicket goes Zafar to the right-handed Tribe. Maybe a little bit of straightening on that one as it's dabbed away to backward point, and there is no run.
Well, that was the amazement for us at Trent Bridge, that Jack Leach was rendered redundant.
Zafar bowls and Tribe comes forward in defence. Yeah, it was surprising. I think I could see why Somerset didn't, from the point of view of, whilst the seamers were bowling, it seemed to happen quite suddenly that Glamorgan really got on top of them. Short ball, cut away, beats backward points, running out towards the backward point boundary. Van Buren is in furious pursuit of it and will just tip the ball back in, not cleanly, to Archie Bailey, so they will come through for a third run on that, but committed chase from the Gloucestershire captain at least saves 1. 108 for 1, but loose delivery from Zafar there, allowing Tribe to move up to 33. George Thomas had done quite a good job through the middle, who bowled a lot of the overs that Leach might have done.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, towards the middle to latter part of Somerset's bowling innings, when it kind of fell apart, Zafar bowls. There's a bit of turn there, but it's a little bit short. And Ingram rocks onto the back foot and knocks it through square leg for another single. 109 for one. And it almost, I think they'd left it so late they then couldn't bring him into the attack after that. Because I watched Jack Leach in a T20 match at Bristol, and Ollie Price really laid into him. Round the wicket goes Zafar Bowles, and again it's allowing Tribe to play him off the back foot. Not able to beat mid-wicket though, Tom Price fields, but 5 runs from Zafar Gohar's return over, 109 for one after 25 overs. I think you would have, I mean, they could easily have thrown the ball to him earlier on when things were going good. I get that. I don't know whether it's why
just seemed to me a strange one to have someone like that in your armoury and not turning at all to him. It was, but there we are.
Yeah, I mean,
hindsight is a wonderful thing, as they say.
Who else did they have in their squad? Could they have picked a batter instead of Jack Leach? I'm just thinking in terms of availability.
Yeah.
Almost.
Well, Leonard was the other one.
In Josh Thomas, had he played at all in the maybe a couple of matches, I guess. Yeah.
Well, it's all a moot point now as Price continues, and Ingram just dabs that into the onside, but there's no run.
No, it's an interesting point of discussion. I think probably the point where Somerset really lost that game, it felt as though, even though Dixon and Vaughan threatened at the back end of their innings, it felt as though it was that over from Casey Aldridge.
Well, it's that 29 over that Glamorgan struck as Price comes in around to Ingram with 3 slips in attendance. That's cut into the offside, but there is a man sweeping, so just a single on offer yet. Well, we mentioned in commentary that that probably would have come back to haunt Somerset. It did indeed, and that was a big over for Glamorgan.
Because ultimately it felt like too many runs at the halfway stage.
187 to win felt a more than decent total on that track with overcast conditions, but Dixon almost brought them back, and they were 15 in arrears at the end. Asa Tribe is on strike with Glamorgan, 110 for one. He's on 33, and not for the first time we've seen the bowlers having to trudge back to their mark. It is Price this time towards the sawdust at the far end. Tom Price, who took the wicket of Will Smale, coming over, and Tribe dabs that. He does play it late, but there's no backspin and no risk of it trickling back to the stumps like we saw a little earlier. Tribe looking good on 33. He is a talent, is Asa Tribe, and he was nervy in his last championship match. He's had that knock of 50. 3 balls to go. Again, it's a carbon copy.
Yeah, he's got a different run-up from Summers, Tom Price. He has this shuffle at the start of it, and then it's almost as though he needs to time that shuffle and then get into his stride. So if the shuffle goes wrong, then it just all starts wrong.
He's in this time to Tribe, and that's played down to mid-on, and there's no run. There is sunshine here, and has been for a while, despite the rain overnight. It was a delayed start. We got underway at 12, and there won't be 80 overs, but that's what was scheduled.
No, I'm very optimistic.
All right, okay. I'm not set. Coming in, and that squares Tribe up, and that squirts through to the vacant third man area. It might go all the way, and no, it won't. But they'll pick up 3, an easy 3, as the throw comes in. And it was Joe Phillips down there who scampered to ensure that it didn't go over the boundary.
He did well, considering it was his
made a lot
left hand as well that he dived with, not his natural hand.
Yeah. So Glamorgan 113 for 1, going well here, and at a decent lick of what, 4.3 and over. Still persevering are Gloucestershire with 3 slips for Colin Ingram as Price comes in, bowls, and that's just dabbed into the offside towards mid-off, and that is the end of the over. Wonder if that might be the last over for Tom Price of this spell, and he might be told, "Yep, have a rest." It has brought a wicket, but at the same time, it has yielded runs as well, with Glamorgan now 113 for 1 of 26 overs.
Yeah, I think overall, if one of the other half to three-quarter chances that he generated, if those had fallen his way, and you're looking at 8 overs, 2 for 34, that all of a sudden very different from 1 for 34. But as you say, yeah, I think some overs better than others, as Zafar is in to bowl to Tribe and strays onto his pads, and this is clipped out through square leg for another single. 114 for 1. In terms of the position in the table, vital stuff this, but in terms of Gloucestershire's end position in the season, in theory they could finish as high as 4th. I think, especially given the start, it's rather unlikely.
Are you giving it
and this is worked to into the leg side for a single.
This is what is on offer.
Yeah, well, technically
in the last game.
A top half finish is still possible for Gloucestershire, but I don't think it is really, because Northamptonshire would need really to be beaten by Yorkshire, and that doesn't look as though that's going to happen if they actually even make it out onto the field.
Yeah.
115 for 1. Zafar bowls, and leaning forward to play a very correct-looking defence, head over the ball from Tribe. There's no run. At the
Yorkshire, the team that we will be losing in this division.
Losing the Yorkies and gaining the Lankies.
Yes.
It looks like.
Yep.
Zafar in and bowls, and this is prodded away into the onside, no run. So off for the day at New Road, which is desperately bad news for Lancashire in their last-ditch efforts to try and save themselves from the position that they've got themselves in. Zafar bowls, oh, that does turn, and goes past the attempted drive of Asa Tribe. That's the first ball that's really gone, and that's gone from quite straight as well, which might interest Zafar particularly. That sort of straighter line that you want to see the turn happen from. Wasn't out of any, not there are any footmarks at this stage anyway. Zafar bowls. There's another defence brought out by Tribe, as it doesn't come through particularly quickly off the surface, but 2 runs from that over. A better finish to it from Zafar Gohar, 115 for 1 at the end of 27 overs. The magic number, I think, for Nottinghamshire is 9, and then Lancashire can't do anything about saving themselves, but that's requiring Lancashire to score 450, the 9 points, so that immediately comes down if Lancashire don't get to 450, which you'd imagine to be quite a hard thing to do on a New Road surface, which does tend to be quite lively when there's been some rain about. So I think, but having said that, they could still win the game, and you'd end up with a ridiculous situation where Lancashire have the joint 4th most wins in Division 1 and have still gone down, whilst a side in Warwickshire have won 1 match and have stayed up.
Which proves the point that there's something needs to be done still as regards to this competition. Singdale is a change at the River Taff end, and Ingram clips that round the corner, backward of square on the onside. They think about a second, but they think otherwise. It's just not quite right. You can't have a situation like that, surely. There's just, at the moment, we all can appreciate the draw as part of the game, and there are exciting draws. Unfortunately, and I expressed this last week. There are far too many draws in this competition, with games just petering out. And if you look at Glamorgan's record over the past year, where there have been draws in abundance, I think the powers that be have to look, I don't know if in terms of points, how that's divvied out, but I think they need the counties round the table to see what they can do as Singdale comes in to Tribe, and that's worked down to fine leg. They'll get a single, and there are far too many interruptions and so on, bad light. It's a big problem.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? Because this is the season where they've gone back to 8 for the draw rather than 5 that they had last year, and it's trying to balance the product in terms of what we enjoy as fans. At the same time, they don't want a situation where they're trying to encourage counties to produce pitches where batters can't get in on.
Singdale, and that's flashed down to deep backward point.
But as with so much, I'm afraid, to do with county cricket as a whole, the schedule, the structure, everything, it just seems as though you change one thing and then something else happens that is either intended or unintended, or you've got to make some sort of a trade-off. It's very hard.
Well, that was part of the discussion after events at Nottingham, and we'll come back to that as Singdale starts his run-up. Tribe is on strike, and that's just pushed into the offside for no run. The fact, I mean, I'm reticent to, it's not the fact that it was, I've heard a lot of people say, why was it played on the first official day of autumn? But quite often, you know, September is quite good. It was the fact that there were 5 weeks between the semi-final and final, where you had no momentum at all, and you lose momentum in terms of the competition. Singdale coming in, bowls to Tribe. So, I mean, that is a problem, but it is scheduled for the same weekend next year.
Yes, and the blast will be exactly the same.
Well, that was the same.
Finals day and overseas players who've been signed for the group stage. Who've been, I mean, take Northamptonshire, for example. They had 2 overseas players who'd been a huge part of getting them to that quarter-final.
How many weeks had elapsed between the final?
And then it was over a month between the quarter-final and the end of the group stage.
I mean, you know, I don't think you can have that. And as well, there was an international T20 at the same weekend. It was here at Cardiff. With Tribe, that's missed everything, flown through to keeper Bracey, and there's no run. So England play Australia here on the same weekend as Gloucestershire playing Somerset in the T20 final. It's just...
Yes, and you had, for example, people like Sam Curran on the ground and just reduced to spectating because they were right in between the 2 T20s, and of course the second one didn't even happen. It was the third T20 up at Old Trafford that was completely washed out. So as it turned out, they could have played anyway. But no, I don't actually levy the blame at all, because it's not levelled at the people who make the structure in terms of the people who come up with the schedule. Zaffer starts a new over, bowls to Ingram, who is forward and defending into the onside. First ball of Zaffer's fourth over.
We will be here having exactly the same conversation.
And it's great because
year.
it fills time on air as well.
Well, that is true.
No,
that is true. And it's a debate.
We'd rather not
it is a debate.
Zaffer in, and Ingram defends as Phillips lunges after it at short leg, but bounced short and wide of him and picked up by Dent at mid-wicket. Yep. You know, it's so many conflicting interests, I'm afraid, and Zaffer bowls. There's turn there which defeats Ingram. It loops off pad and wide of slip, but turning really from too short to be of much threat. Might have, I guess, caught some bat onto thigh pad or something and brought Phillips into play, but there is something out there for Zaffer here as he bowls, and again it turns and it's flicked away, be stopped by a tumbling Dent in that cable knit sweater at mid-wicket, and again there is no run. But yeah, really all three competitions, there are gripes about, and scheduling and competitiveness, etc. Zafar bowls, this is tucked away to square leg for no run.
Consolation is, I don't think it's unique to cricket either.
No, exactly. This is true. And yeah, as you say, it's not likely to be fixed anytime soon either.
No.
Zafar working on a maiden over, last keeping Ingram at bay somewhat as he bowls, and over pitched really there. Is a bit lucky only to concede a single, I think, as Ingram's drive ends up down to long on, and that was a ball that I was expecting to be clattered away out through the covers. But anyway, it's a single to Colin Ingram, who has 37 from just 38 deliveries, and Glamorgan, having been stuck in by Gloucestershire, have still only lost the 1 wicket after 29 overs. Several half chances, a couple of edges falling, well, one edge definitely falling short, one edge probably realistically falling short, another edge one-handed drop from Bracey behind the stumps, a one-handed drop from Hammond. There's been plenty happening, and I think Gloucestershire will feel they haven't had some of the rub of the green, but equally they're certainly not blameless for the fact that this partnership has reached 50, the second wicket even, and the innings run rate is comfortably over 4.
Singdale will continue from the River Taff end. This is the 30th over. Oh, and that's a good length delivery just outside the off stump, and it goes through to keeper Bracey. I just wonder, some of this shot selection, it felt like a last game of the season theme this morning, that they were chancing their arms somewhat, but if it's there to be hit, the Smail early on, Ingram has gone for it. Ingram doing the damage at the moment, 37 from 39. Steadier knock from Tribe, 38 from 76, Singdale, and that's up in the block hole, and there's a shout, but I don't think it was a wholehearted shout from Singdale.
Singdale went up for it rather theatrically, but there was something less than convinced about it, whether it's inside edge or something. It might have actually just pitched outside as well, so either way, I don't think it was out.
No, I think there are a few variables there. Singdale 0 for 30 so far in his 7th over. In the sunshine of the Welsh capital, Singdale coming in. Ingram drives through cover, but will pick up 2. Yes, he will. He'll come back.
No ball as well. So Singdale has overstepped a couple of times. I mean, there is one significant mitigating factor in terms of Gloucestershire's bowling so far, and it's something that's easy to overlook because you expect ball to be on top of bat, but we've seen several times bowlers losing runs, and Taylor seemed to slip at the crease once as well. If you're running in not certain about your footmarks, it's not great.
Singdale is in and bowls. It's a good length delivery, but that's chopped down into the ground, into the offside for a single. It was very damp early on, which meant that we had a delay, and who knows, we're unsure as to how it's going to look. Tomorrow is good, forecast wise. Sunday not as good.
Sunday,
to put it diplomatically,
rubbish, absolute rubbish.
We'll see what happens. 2 slips for Asa Tribe, who's unbeaten on 38, mid-off, mid-on, cover, mid-wicket, and the guy who's deep square is coming in. A bit of a rejig in the field. There's a man going to 3rd slip. We've had 4 slips in at one point to Colin Ingram, and that was almost justified because he flashed at one that went over the slip cordon and was dropped in the other. Singdale in to Tribe, and again we've seen, not for the first time, having a double outside off stump, and it goes through to Bracey.
He's getting rather annoyed, as Singdale, as a lot of fast bowlers do when They feel as though they should have picked up a wicket by now.
But that is the line to Acer Tribe. And from a Gloucestershire perspective, you just have to think that one of those is going to have a feather outside the off stump. As it is, 124 for 1. In comes Singdale past the umpire, right arm over, and again that's driven unconvincingly by Acer Tribe. And well, if he was frustrated before,
it's a good way to poke the bear, that, isn't it?
He's just having a stare down at Acer Tribe, and he's probably saying, I mean, come on, give me a break.
That is at least the third time, I think, that Tribe has played one of those really forcing drives. It's one thing when you get something like the previous ball and you just fish at it a little bit, that's annoying enough. But when the batter has made up his mind that you are to be dispatched to the boundary and then misses the ball, that riles the bowler up even more.
Man will go back to sweep on the onside boundary as Singdale will complete his over. Bangs that one in short, and that's played into the onside, and Acer Tribe survives. Good over, 2 new balls apart from Singdale, but with no joy, and Acer Tribe remains unscathed as Glamorgan 125 to 1 for 1. It'll be Ed Seaborn, and then followed quickly by Mr. Nick Webb.
Thanks, Kenneth. Well, over sort of encapsulating the bowling, I think, from Gloucestershire so far. It was an over that has produced 6 runs, an over which saw some bad luck, and, you know, a sort of a little bit of a mix, really. The overstep, the couple of runs, and then some good stuff as well. Partly it's the makeup of Gloucestershire's attack a little bit. Zafar into Tribe, who's whipped this one straight into Joe Phillips at square leg. So there's no run, and that is why I would never field at short leg. Did I say square leg? I can't remember now. Anyway, it was short leg. Zafar in and bowls, and straying onto the pads again is Zafar, and allowing Tribe to work a single through backward square, so he joins Ingram on 40, although he has faced almost twice the number of deliveries. Not that that matters in the slightest, but they do have an attack that isn't quite so built for consistency as some. You've got 2 young fast bowlers both trying to bowl as quickly as they can, as Ingram is beaten by that one. There's an appeal, and then a shot at the stumps from Ollie Price at slip, which missed from about 2 yards away. I think Ingram might have made it back, but it was quite slow to develop there. I'm wondering whether there was actually a better shot at a run out than it looked, because yeah, Ingram left his ground, and then Ollie Price shied at the stumps as the ball trickled behind him off his pad. It certainly wasn't out LBW, because it struck him way outside off stump, but it was the run out that was more of an issue. Zafar over the wicket to Ingram, who leaves this time.
It was certainly all going on in that last delivery, and very neatly described, Ed.
It was not too dissimilar, actually, that incident that caused a little bit of a ruckus last round when George Balderson was not given run out in that Lancashire-Somerset game, as this is driven off the back foot, just in controlled fashion by Ingram, square of the wicket on the offside, out to the sweeper, and another run is added. 127 for 1. Ball ricocheted off Balderson's pad, having come down the pitch, went to Craig Overton at slip, who then gunned the stumps down, with Balderson having no idea where the ball had gone, and unfortunately it was given not out. Forward goes Tribe to this last delivery of Zafar's 5th over, and just defends. So Zafar has settled in to this spell after his first over, I think, went for 5 of this first real proper spell that he's had, after he only had the 1 over before the lunch break. 5 overs for 10 so far, coming off, as you mentioned earlier, that 6-foot against Sussex in the one innings that he had at them, because Gloucestershire ended up losing by an innings, and picked up his 300th first-class wicket in that match as well. It's just been a real shame from a Gloucestershire perspective that it's been such an injury-hit season for Zafar, because when he's played, he's looked much more like his 2022 self than his 2023 self.
Here comes Ajit Singh Dale then, charging towards us and bowling to Ingram, who plays it back to him. And there is no run. Yeah, that other incident you referred to, I think it was just a question of the square leg umpire was probably looking at his mate to see if he was going to give the LBW appeal, not actually keeping his eye on the ball in the hands of the slip fielder.
Yes,
and
former
I think
Lancashire player Steve O'Shaughnessy.
Indeed.
Just one of those things, unfortunately, and it's also, again,
It's
not
human
the
error.
reason why they lost the match.
Human error. Singh Dale charging towards us, bowling to Ingram, who's on the defensive. No run.
Oh, well. Somerset getting on, Hampshire 180 for 8, so a lead of 44.
Could be significant if it... I think Leach has got a 5 for.
Yeah, 5 for 45, and Bashir none for 47 from 11 overs, and Archie Vaughan has only bowled 3 overs.
Strange. Here comes Singh Dale. Bowls to Ingram, who turns that one into a big gap on the leg side and will trot through for an easy single.
You do wonder if Somerset are going to be able to hold on to all those 3 spinners for too long, as much as they've produced Leach and Vaughan, then signing Bashir, who had offers from several counties when he was, well, his talents were eventually noticed.
Underway at Lord's finally. England won without loss off the first over. It's a 38-over match against Australia. Sultan Duckett opening up. Singh Dale bowls, Tribe is squared up, edges down towards third man. Man running round the boundary in the form of Joe Phillips does the fielding, and they're back for a couple of runs. But Singh Dale's generating a decent head of steam here, isn't he?
Yep, he's had last week off, I guess, in terms of playing championship wise, and his last efforts would have been in that win at Lord's a couple of championship rounds ago, but of course there's been finals day in the interim as well, so he should be fairly well rested.
Singh Dale bowls, Tribe drives on the leg side, gets it down towards backward square, and will go through for the single. 131 for 1.
Pace has definitely not been any sort of an issue for Singh Dale, and whilst I think today he hasn't been at his most accurate, you wouldn't say he's been inaccurate this season either. I think it's just been one of those things where you've got a combination of the fact that quick bowling doesn't always work as well as slower bowling in English conditions, and still young. I'm sure another season comes along and stats could look different.
Singh Dale bowls, Ingram's nearly played on there. The ball trickles
Another
down towards the leg slip area. Bracey collects it and they go through for a single.
I wonder if the Gloucestershire analyst has the ability to go back and look at the number of inside edges that Singh Dale has generated this season. As I say, it was more something that seemed to be particularly happening at the start, and the wickets just haven't come. But he's generated so many of those.
Did he play for England's Lions?
He did, yes. He was, unfortunately for him, he was ill during the match, so I don't think he quite bowled the number of overs in the game that he hoped to. It was Gloucestershire's other young lion in Zaman Akhtar who grabbed the headlines with the 5-wicket haul in the first innings. but Singdale, I think, only got through about 6 overs, something like that, in Sri Lanka's second innings. But yep, he's already on England's radar, very much so. Zafar bowls edged wide of slip, and it will go for 4. There's nobody anywhere near that to stop it from bobbling over the boundary rope. And Zafar Gohar is the latest Gloucestershire bowler to look rueful after finding the edge of a Glamorgan bat. It was significantly wide of Ollie Price. A second slip might have had a shot at it, but there isn't one. And Ingram is up to 47. Glamorgan 136 for 1. There is some turn and there is some bounce for Zafar Gohar. But there's also a 0 in the wickets column so far. None for 14. He bowls now, and Ingram is forward, dabbing this one defensively for, again, Ollie Price to pick up. I fancy a bowl himself, Ollie Price, after seeing the ball turn. One of Gloucestershire's other spin options, should they decide to go down that route. Zafar bowls. Again, there's turn, but Ingram works with that turn and finds a single through the vacant square leg area. Archie Bailey comes up to do the fielding.
Good battle this, isn't it?
Well, it's always nice. I mean, again, it is such a shame that it feels as though we always have to wait until September for spin to play a significant part in proceedings. I mean, again, it's unfortunately it's our climate really, as much as anything else, as Tribe plays round his front pad and turns this one to mid-wicket for no run. But having said that, it was the one thing that the Kookaburra ball at the start of the season did do, is at least get more overs of spin being bowled. You could argue that Zafar bowls, and again Tribe is turning this one to short mid-wicket. You could argue that there weren't always the most threatening overs of spin you've ever seen, certainly not in the case of the matches that, well, the match, I should say, in the singular that Gloucestershire had with the Kookaburra ball, with their first being completely washed out. Zafar bowls, and flicked by Tribe through a wider mid-wicket this time, allowing him to come through for a single. He will keep the strike at the end of that over. Glamorgan 138 for 1. This partnership continues to move along. 69 these two have put on since the fall of Smale, the one batter to go, so all 3 have made it into the 40s. Smale caught Ollie Price, bowled Tom Price, the one edge that has been snaffled so far. But yeah, I don't know, it is nice to see spin in the game as much as pace, and as much as the batters have something to work with as well. There's been some really exciting cricket played over the past couple of rounds. More results, yes, not so many games petering out into draws at the end of day 4, and it's made it more exciting to watch for sure.
Yeah, Glamorgan had a spinning pitch here against Middlesex in round 6, so the back half of May, in which Mason Crane claimed 5 wickets in the final innings of the game. Middlesex won by 2 wickets as Tribe slashes at that one. Bracey couldn't take it cleanly. Singdale, for some reason, ended up on his knees, slipping, I think, in the bowling stride.
Yeah, he doesn't fall over quite as much as Marchand de Lange, but he does, as he launches himself through the crease sometimes, he just ends up flying forwards. It's a slightly odd-looking piece of cricket all round, really. It wasn't the greatest delivery. It didn't end up carrying through to James Bracey behind the stumps, and then it was a bit of a slash from Tribe.
Cricket was not the winner on that occasion. Here's Singdale into bowl to Tribe, short ball, ducks underneath it through to Bracey. No run. 138 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online in this final championship match of the season, as we and hopefully the players just enjoy the last couple of days of action before packing up.
Whether they'll have a little period off, or a lot of them I'm sure will be straight off out to Australia or somewhere for their winter club cricket.
Singdale bowls another short ball. It's a no ball at Tribe, ducks underneath. 140 for 1. Yes, there's usually a few youngsters looking to do battle in Australia. Van der Hoogten might have a Netherlands date or two somewhere around the world.
Oh yes, there could be some really exciting locations there. Triangular series they seem to be playing in sort of Namibia or Canada or somewhere like that.
Who knows these days in the bizarre global world of cricketers. Singdale into bowl to Tribe, who chops it down towards backward point. Well, it'll be fielded by Hammond. Amble through for 1 run, 141 for 1. Everyone changing round. Somerset against Hampshire in Division 1, the battle for second place. Hampshire starting 2 points ahead and have a first innings lead of 54 runs at the moment on 190 for 9.
No batting points there though, so all on the result now, I guess.
Yep, Somerset need to win to overtake Hampshire and complete a hat-trick of second placed placings. Ingram pulls through the leg side, hasn't quite timed it, but he'll pick up a couple of runs to reach his half century here, Colin Ingram. It's come off just 53 deliveries, and a very hard-hitting innings was dropped on 13 by Hammond off Tom Price, but since then really has looked on top of the bowling. 53 deliveries for the Ingram half century. Collected 2 there, 143 for 1 and 7 fours. Singdale into bowl. Ingram leaves outside off stump.
Yep, it's been an innings mixed with bruising shots as well as sweetly timed ones from Ingram, and as you say, pretty much since that drop when he was on 13, and I think that was a really hard chance as well. There's been a certain air of inevitability about it, and as the boundaries have started to be found, Gloucestershire have pushed the field back as well. We've got 3 fielders back on the boundary, so even some good deliveries are ending up in singles. It's just been allowed to continue to move along.
As he plays that one defensively on the offside, and this is 11 matches, and in each and every one of those he has got at least a 50, so 6 50s and 5 hundreds for Colin Ingram. This season in the Championship was rested for the 2 mid-season and 1 at the end of the first block to keep him in shape for the white ball stuff, but what a Championship season it's been for Colin Ingram, way past 1,300 runs now.
Well, it's been a really nice story to watch from afar, because I mean, there was a time when you wondered whether there were that number of runs left in Colin Ingram, and it's been prolific. Zaffer starts his next over, bowling to Tribe, rocks onto the back foot and tries to cut, but doesn't time or place it as it ends up in the hands of Bailey at cover. It's pretty much a shoe-in into that team of the year. Got over 60% of the vote, I think. As Zaffer bowls, and this has worked into the onside for no run.
Yeah, second only to David Beddingham among BBC Sport website readers.
He's had a ridiculous year, as well as you'd almost come to expect of him, really, but in Division 1 now as well. Zaffer bowls, and turning away to the onside is Tribe, as it's fielded by Hammond at mid-wicket. It doesn't look as though he's going to be adding to his season tally anytime soon, as the first 2 days at Chesley Street have been completely washed out, ending the season as they started. Zaffer bowls, and forward goes Tribe and knocks that one on its head out to cover. Ollie Price put his hands up to his head, and then I think his cap fell off. Sunglasses came tumbling to the floor. Got a slight shift around as Joe Phillips moves from short leg to silly mid-off. Zafar is in bowls. There's almost an air of inevitability about that, as the ball is speared in too far down the leg side, and it's worked away for a single where, roughly where short leg was. I don't think it just stopped it, but still wasn't the line that Zafar would have been after, having made that field change. 144 for 1. See if I can scramble through this over without spluttering. Zafar bowls, sweeping away. It's in the air and it's just over the top of Middleton running back from square leg. They're coming through for a second run as well, which they will make.
Yeah, Colin Ingram not really getting hold of that one. Looked to be up in the air for a long time, and subfielder Ed Middleton was, well, running in treacle for a couple of strides there, I think. Didn't really make the most of the chance. 146 for 1. Ingram has 52. Tribe has 46. Good afternoon to Ian Evans. Said Will Smale at the player. Great to win the cup again. Ian went to Tina Brew on holiday this year and in 2021 when Glamorgan also won the cup. I think I should go every year, says Ian. I'm unaware of that particular venue. Kenneth, have you ever heard of it?
Tina Brew.
Presumably in the Emerald Isle
somewhere, yeah.
Yes,
I haven't come across it.
146 for 1 as Bailey will take over from Singdale at the River Taff end and charges in, bowls, and Tribe drives to cover, and there is no run. I'm glad Colin Ingram's reached 50. It's just such a nice symmetrical or complete stat that he's reached a 50 in every game that he's played in.
Well, did we ever doubt him?
Shouldn't have done. Mr. Consistent, Mr. Reliable. With 1,300 odd runs now, 1,319 runs in the county championship in his 11th game. As Bailey is into bowl and Tribe cuts. Takes a single down to Phillips at third man. Tribe moves to 47, 147 for 1. Morgan starting with an opening partnership of 69 between the two youngsters. Will Smale, who was out for 41, caught Ollie Price, bowled Tom Price. And then Tribe going along relatively sedately. Run every other ball or thereabouts, but when you've got Colin Ingram at the other end, you don't need to worry about your strike rate. Ingram faces Bailey and defends on the offside. No run.
Well, quite, because Ingram has powered on 52 and 57, and Tribe has just been able to play the assistant, so to speak.
Yeah, it's like the Glamorgan side of the late 90s, really. Players batting in partnership with Matt Maynard, and if Maynard stayed there for any length of time, he'd score so quickly that no one else needs to worry. As Ingram drives up towards wide mid-off, Tribe thought there was a single there. There wasn't, but there will be now in terms of an overthrow as the ball raced then towards the mid-wicket boundary. Did that flick off the stumps off the way through? Yes, it did.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's one of the little anomalies in the law. Some say that it should be dead ball when it hits the stumps from a fielder's throw, but it ain't the case. About 12 overs after this one, and due until the tea interval here on BBC Sport Online. As Bailey hair flopping into Tribe, who works him off his legs. He'll just get the single to move under 48. Asa Tribe on the back of his 58 last time out, having started with 8 runs in his first 4 innings. Happens to some good players.
Yeah, but he's... I'll go back to that 50. It seems to have settled him, certainly. He's got something about him, and I'm sure he'll be on the retained list.
As Ingram tucked up there slightly, playing it to mid-wicket. No run, 149 for 1. Glamorgan having been put in to bat by Gloucestershire. Tom Price with the only wicket so far. Could quite easily have had 3, but it hasn't happened for him. And Gloucestershire struggling to contain Glamorgan, having won the toss and chosen to bowl first.
Indeed, but despite those chances, Nick, nothing untoward really happening out there. Not many demons, like we saw in the previous game against Yorkshire, did shape on day 2 and 3 in the morning, if you remember, of that championship encounter. But then, as the day progressed, dried up, and there was very little on offer. Zafar will continue from the Cathedral Road end. Tribe is forward and just prods at that one, and there's no run.
David Battersby, with your mentioning of the tribes early on, surprised you didn't start mentioning Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Yeah, 2 tribes in the Jersey squad this week.
In is Zafar, and there's a bit of width, and well, it missed everything, ricocheted off slip, and they come through for a single.
Bottom edge, possibly.
Must be. I haven't seen a signal for buys. So that's 150 up.
To very little
very
reaction
little applause.
from the crowd.
Mind you, very little here, it has to be said. A few more pavilion side as Zafar comes over. I just got slightly big on Ingram and just plays at it. Yeah, to the pavilion to the left of us. A few below, few being the key word. Zafar fullish, and that's worked round the corner, and Ingram will come through for a single. This partnership is now, what, 62?
Yes. 82, isn't it?
Sorry, my eyes deceive me. It is 82. Since Smail departed, the only wicket to fall for 41. Zafar coming around, and Tribe has missed completely, and Zafar cannot believe that hasn't gone on to hit.
I was looking the offside fielders there. It looked a lovely shot, apart from not making any contact whatsoever.
Zafar in, fullish, and worked into the onside, but there is no run. So that is the end of the over. Ingram is 54. Tribe nearing his 50. Second successive in championship games, is on 49.
Yes, good captaincy from Graham Van Buren, with the youngster on 49, bringing the fielders in, making sure that there were no singles available to get him cheaply to his 50. Keith Bailey on Twitter saying extraordinary that competitive championship cricket is continuing on the 27th of September. All missives to the England-Wales Cricket Board, please. Bailey from the River Taff end is in to bowl to Ingram, who drives and misses. Ball that was too close.
We've debated structure already. We've done that. No doubt it'll be debated again.
Yeah, well, with this television contract that Messrs Harrison and Grave stuffed us up with in the county game, lasting till 2028 for the 100, there is not much wiggle room anywhere, really.
No, that's the problem.
As Bailey bowls to Ingram, who drives ferociously into the offside. That'll beat the charge of Middleton round the boundary and races away for 4 runs. I think it's Matt Taylor off the field at the moment. He's sitting at the bottom of the pavilion steps, presumably just after.
Again, he's just so strong, isn't he, through the covers, any width, and he's on it like a flash, and
Ingram 49. As he drives again into the covers this time.
He's got away with that.
Middleton will be able to collect it and keep them down to a single, 156 for 1.
Bailey had trouble from the opposite end, the Cathedral Road end, prior to lunch, and he's just having trouble honing in here at Ingram. Just too much width on the last 2 balls, and he got away with that.
No, well, they're not crowding Tribe quite so much. A single square of the wicket on either side. If he can work there to get a half century. Bailey bowls a short pitch delivery. It's a no ball. And 2 more runs go on to Glamorgan total. Steve West says, bring up the possibility of winning draws. Could extra points be allocated for these efforts to get a fairer reflection in league tables? Well, I suppose the only thing you could do is give points for first innings leads, maybe in games that have been severely affected by the weather. Maybe an extra point or 2 for a first innings lead might work. As Bailey bowls another short pitch ball that Tribe ducks underneath. I'm not sure whether they've got some sort of theory about Acer Tribe not liking short pitch deliveries, because virtually all the balls banged in have been to the youngster from Jersey, possibly just to keep him hanging around a little bit, 1 short of his half century.
He seems to have played them okay, though.
Well, he's got out the way, which is
yeah,
the sensible
exactly.
way. Bailey in towards us in the sunshine, bowls, and Tribe will reach his half century here for the 2nd successive innings. He moves to 50 off 106 balls as he shows his bat all round the stadium to acknowledge the applause of the sparse crowd. He's hit 5 fours, 106 balls, well batted. Acer Tribe.
Yeah, once again.
So, yeah, successive 50s after an extremely stuttering start to his career opening the batting. Hasn't particularly been an opener for the seconds. As Ingram pulls this one, dispatches it through mid-wicket. Gosh, that was a shot and a half, with Bailey just dropping short and Ingram contemptuous almost. Swiveled, smashed it away.
106 balls and 5 fours.
Lawrence on the PA confirming those details. Ingram moved on to 63 with that boundary, and Glamorgan on to 163 for 1. The partnership now worth 94.
I wonder if there might be a change from the river end. Bailey not getting much joy.
To be honest, at this stage of the season, if you're playing a 19-year-old, you might as well bowl him. Let him have his head and have a decent spell. It's not as if much in the championship will be decided by the outcome here.
Quite, but you would have said the same about Ben Morris, who's not in the team at all.
Indeed.
As Zafar comes in from the Cathedral Road end, and that's played over mid-off. Not convincingly.
Didn't clear him by too much.
No.
Tribe looking for the big one, but skewing it rather, and looping over.
Just a bit in out there from Acer Tribe, over mid-off, but it is safe. He moves on to 52.
Josh Shaw, another subfielder there.
Zafar coming around, slightly short that time, which enables Tribe to try and cut it into the offside, but it's fielded by cover.
Tribe's half century, by the way, exactly twice as long as Ingram's.
Zafar again, and that's cleared far more convincingly mid-off that time, and that goes all the way for 4.
Yeah, it was a better blow. It still wasn't off the middle, I don't think.
No, just lost that in flight myself, actually. I think he was trying to whip it over mid-on, rather.
It did clear the fielder reasonably comfortably, but it wasn't entirely off the middle. So this is interesting. Tribe going on the offensive against Zafar, needs to watch himself.
In comes Zafar. And there's an appeal. And nothing comes of it.
I think there was 2 appeals, actually. It was an appeal for a leg before that was going down the leg side.
It was one of those...
then an appeal for a catch at short leg.
We're not sure. I mean, may as well hedge our bets.
I mean, I'm surprised he appealed for LBW. It wasn't a very convincing one.
No. And didn't hit at all as Zafar comes in. Full, and that's whipped over mid-on, and that is convincing that time from Acer Tribe. So that's a second 4 in this over, and he's going on the offensive and taking on Zafar in this over. So a bit of an expensive over, this from Zafar Goa.
Yeah, he's got the experience to say, well, you know, 2 out of 3 haven't come off the middle. If he carries on, he's going to miss Q1 to mid-on or mid-off. Mid-off has dropped back Josh Shaw about just over halfway to the boundary.
10 off the over, this is the last ball.
And brighter cricket.
173 for 1. So Glamorgan going at a fair lick here. Last ball of the over. Zafar. And that's a better length ball. They are going to come through. I thought Tribe was uncertain for a millisecond, but it was an easy single. Struck 2 mid-off, and that is the end of the over. 11 coming off it.
Well, that's the advantage of going on the attack. He's hit a couple over mid-off. Mid-off has accordingly dropped backwards, and so he can just knock the ball all along the grounds there. As the wagon wheel is displayed to stream viewers of Tribe's innings. 174 for 1. Ingram 63, Tribe 61. Ingram did come in, what's it, the best part of 18 overs later than his young partner. So on his way is the teenager Bailey for another over, and the 20-year-old Tribe defends his first ball into the covers. And there's no run. So something of a paucity of county cricket, but credit to those ground staff who have got to play on today. There was a little warning there, apparently. Dished out to Bailey as he bowls, and Tribe is on the defensive, and there is no run. So this is the only game underway at all in Division 2. They did have a toss at Headingley. Yorkshire put Northants in, but no action. They're off the day, Leicester and at Hove, Leicestershire, Derby, Sussex, Middlesex. So Yorkshire, it seems, pretty certain to hang on to runners-up spot and get promoted into the first division of the county championship. Coming down Kent, they're not playing at Durham today, as Tribe cuts and will pick up a single. 177 for 1. Division 1 playing just 2 games. Hampshire 196 all out at Taunton, a lead of 60 runs over Somerset, who are just starting their second innings. Some tail end resistance, and Jack Leach for Somerset 5 for 52. Notts against Warwickshire, both sides would be happy with a draw there. Notts 211 for 4, century for Freddie McCann against Warwickshire. Bailey's in to bowl to Ingram, who cuts hard and will get runs down to backward point, 4 of them.
Yeah, it's just too short and too much width, and someone of his calibre, he's just not going to miss out.
So they did play yesterday at New Roads. They're not playing today at all. Worcestershire 119 for 7 against Lancashire, who look doomed to the drop, despite many thinking that Worcestershire would be heading to that fate. No play at Chelmsford today. Essex made 116 for 1 against Surrey yesterday. Bailey bowls. Ingram drives, parried at cover. No run.
They're on at Lords, are they?
They are playing at Lords, where England are 43 without loss in the 9th over. Salt 21, Duckett 19. That is a 38 over a side. 39 over a side according to the board now. I thought I read 38 earlier. Anywho, limited. Brought down from the original 50. Here, Glamorgan 181 for 1. Bailey to Ingram, who pulls this one down towards fine leg. Doesn't get maybe the meat of the bat on it, but it's safe enough. Took the single. It was a drop, was it? The one to cover. There we are. Thank you, Ed. I didn't pick that one up.
Firmly struck, wasn't it? So
another to the list of chances. Mr. Seaborn doing valiant monitoring duty at the back as Tribe defends that one. That one definitely rolls along the ground to mid-wicket. 182 for 1, so that's Ingram dropped on 67 as well as on 13. This time Bailey is the unfortunate bowler, and well, Gloucestershire certainly haven't made the most of their opportunities today.
So we've had 40 overs halfway through the day.
Ish. If we get that far. Well, there's a fair bit of blue sky. Might get till 6 o'clock with a bit of with the following wind.
Tea due to be taken with approximately 32 overs remaining of the day.
So that's 8 overs away. Stick your kettle on at 5 to 4.
Yes, we don't want to miss any cake.
Oh no.
It will be Zafar to continue from the Cathedral Road end. It is Ingram on strike. Here comes the slow left arm of Zafar Goha, and Ingram's forward and there's no run.
Be interesting to see if Tribe tries to get after him in the same manner as he did in the previous over from this end.
Long on is back, but mid-off, well, slightly deeper than an orthodox mid-off position. In comes Zafar, in fullish that time, and there's a shout, but umpire's unconvinced. More in hope than expectation.
Having a little conversation with the umpire as he walks past, just making sure he knows exactly why it was turned down.
He's gone for 32 already as Zafar Gohan is 10th over. And he comes, reverse sweep coming out from Ingram, and there's a chase on, and it's going to beat the man. So that has gone fine of the man at deep square.
Yeah, a little bit of a weary chase from Matt Taylor, bit of an end of season chase. Bit of a, I'm not really going to get this, but I better
look as if I am going to get it. Making an effort to get it. So Ingram moves into the 70s. 72 from 72. Zafar Goa coming past the umpire, bowls. It's Fuller, and it's fielded at backward square. There's no run. Bit of a lull in proceedings now. Zafar coming in, and again Ingram is forward. Again there's a shout, but it's the same result.
Yeah, that looks as though he'd got outside the line, that one. Zafar Gohar, well, 186 for 1 sounds a one-sided score. It really hasn't been that sort of day, has it? But Gloucestershire have not made the most of their chances. They dropped Smale, which gave him an extra 24 runs. They've dropped Ingram twice now. Both Tribe and Ingram have nearly played on. But their partnership is worth 117.
Just felt, and we touched upon this myself and Ed, if after the wicket, they just let Glamorgan off the hook in terms of the line they've bowled, didn't keep the pressure on, and it hasn't been consistent from Gloucestershire.
As Bailey's in, bowls, and decent ball. Tribe chopping down on it, defending it on the leg side. Hammond.
And you'd have to say there's just been far too many looseners, far too many gifts on offer for someone of the ilk of Colin Ingram.
Yeah, it hasn't been consistent enough from the Gloucestershire bowling attack, but they haven't had much luck, and their fielders haven't helped the bowlers. The only one taken was a combination of the Price brothers. Bailey in, short pitch ball, Tribe ducks underneath it. Well, he's got man back on the square leg boundary. Ed Middleton on the hook. He's got a long leg as well. Should Tribe be tempted? But although Tribe has tried his luck against Zafar, sallying down the pitch and trying to hit him straight over the top, he hasn't really looked to take on the short ball at all, Asa Tribe. As he cuts that one out to deep point. Phillips Fields. Single taken. Shafts of sunshine over Sapphire Gardens. A very pleasant vista, but we are inside with the window shut for once here in the commentary box. We usually keep it open in most circumstances to get a bit more atmosphere from outside, but it's rather a chilly draft at this stage of the season. Here's Bailey into bowl. Ingram cuts to backward point, no run. 187 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online. From Ed Seaborn, Kenneth Davis and myself, Nick Webb. Contact us via the medium of X. Nick Webb 2017, Ed Cricket 6. At Kenneth Davis, he is the only one on X. As Ingram drives on the left side.
That's a better line from Bailey. He's had trouble going over the wicket at Colin Ingram. Half thought he might have come round.
For rugby lovers, Leinster against Dragons tonight from the Aviva Stadium. Live coverage on BBC 2 Wales and online if anyone else fancies watching it. Outside Wales. Bailey round the wicket. Ingram drives off the outside part of the bat down to Middleton at backward point. Single taken, 188 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online.
So they need a breakthrough, do Gloucestershire, under the cosh slightly, as Ingram and Tribe are looking to push on. And are looking unperturbed by what's happened out there at the moment, and it's going to be Zafar Gohar to continue from the Cathedral Road end. Ingram is 73 and whips that into the onside, but it's fielded by the bowler, and there's no run. So this partnership now of 119. Zafar in, and Ingram sweeps into the onside, but there's a man out there on the deep square boundary, and just the single on offer. 189 for 1. Looking to put on a commanding total at the end of the second day's play. Zafar 0 for 37 in his 11th over. Let's see if Tribe will come down the track as he did in the last over. Struck 2 fours against Zafar then, not that time, and they're asking for a catch, but again, it's not out.
I'm not sure what I mean, of course, you don't have to specify what you're appealing for.
Well, exactly.
But I think it's probably a good job, because I'm not really sure what had more going for it.
Zafar in. Tribe, and that's fielded at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
There have been some rather, well, beyond dubious LBW shouts, it has to be said, from Zafar so far. I'm not sure any of them have been particularly close to being out.
This a better over. Just the 1 run so far. In he comes, and again, I thought it was going to be a dot ball, but it just evaded Zafar on his follow-through. 190 for 1. So Glamorgan going great guns at the moment with these two. This the last ball of the over. Colin Ingram to face. Here comes Zafar. That's just a forward offensive stroke from Colin Ingram, and there's no run. So 2 runs coming from Zafar. Goers over with figures of 0 for 38 after 11. Glamorgan on top, 190 for 1. Ingram is 74. Tribe is unbeaten on 64.
I must say, I have absolutely no idea what time they're taking tea either. Whether they've gone for the 32 overs still, because normally when they adjust the session times like this, they fix tea. But
well, we're not far from there now, are we?
Yeah, so they're probably just. I think often in this sort of situation, the umpires play it by ear, and if it makes sense to take it at a certain time, they might do it. Or if they think, well, we may as well go for 32, then. I mean, normally on day 1, day 2, day 3, you'd expect it to be 32 overs, but as I say, when you get these truncated days, usually they'll fix it anyway. They could just suddenly decide to go off in 3 minutes' time, and we'd have no idea.
No.
Just stealthily sneak off, such as the way that these things happen. It would never be communicated to members of the crowd who might want to time, you know, trips to various facilities around the ground, but there we go. Change of bowling, and Ollie Price is going to have a bowl with his off breaks from the River Taff end. His first ball is whipped away backward of square by Asa Tribe for 2 more runs as Ed Middleton comes around to do the fielding, still on as a substitute fielder. 192 for 1. Ollie Price's bowling so instrumental in Gloucestershire's knockout run in the Blast as he moves in and bowls, and this is played back to him. He was awarded player of the match in the quarter-final, getting huge wickets of Hayne, Bethel and Mosley in that game as he bowls, and this is skewed away wide of mid-off. He'd come back for 2, they will do. That ball was, I think, attempted to be played onto the onside, and it's come off a flying leading edge, or whether it was the bat face that was left open. Either way, it's sped away at a speed that you wouldn't have expected. Thanks, mate. Wouldn't have expected the ball to go off. I know it's 2 runs as this is jammed down on by Tribe into the ground. This next ball to short leg. So an encouraging start for Ollie Price, but It's not really encouraging when you're still going for runs. That's the problem Gloucestershire have got, and there'll be another run here as this is worked down to long on by Asa Tribe for a single, 195 for 1. They've really had no control over the scoring rate at any point in this partnership of Gloucestershire. They've had opportunities to end it still, but really it's been either steady or worse than that from a Gloucestershire perspective. Progress from these two. Ollie Price into Ingram, round the corner, an inquiry, I think we'll put it.
Yeah, nothing more.
That was almost James Bracey in one-day mode, doing the distraction appeal to stop the wide being called, but there was no need as it was fired down the leg side in red ball cricket. Smart take from Bracey anyway, and an over which was rather better than the 5 runs.
And that is...
Yeah, I must say, I did wonder whether they were going to do this, because they do tend to fix the tee at a certain point, although it would have made probably far more sense to have gone for 32, because it would have split the sessions more evenly. Anyway, there we go. That'll give me another 20 minutes to give my poor, beleaguered voice a rest.
Well, I hope, yes, you're back with us after tea, Ed. So that brings an end to a profitable session for Glamorgan. 195 for 1. Gloucestershire picked up the wicket of Will Smale, but Ingram and Tribe are looking strong. Ingram is unbeaten on 74. Tribe is on 69. Ingram dropped on 13, and they'll rue that dropped chance. It was a tough chance, but it seems a long time ago now. Ingram is in the group, ably supported by Tribe. So when we come back from the tea break, Glamorgan will resume on 195 for 1. We'll be back in around 20 minutes' time.
We're off for tea for 20 minutes, back at 4 o'clock. During the interval, the Metro Bank One Day Cup will be on the corner of the outfield. You're very welcome to go and gaze long in the theatre or have your photo taken. Food and drink available in the Pyramid Lounge, ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, 10% off for Glamorgan members, and also food and drink available at Urban Jungle, Gate 2. The Missouri shop is open also around Gate 2 with a number of commemorative Metro Bank One Day Cup winners t-shirts, polo shirts for sale, also items from the Chris Cook testimonial collection. And the Museum of Welsh Cricket is open on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. Supply Gardens is one of Cardiff's best and busiest year-round venues for meetings and conferences, whatever the size. We have hospitality and parking packages available for some of Wales's autumn internationals this November. Our hospitality team would be delighted to go through the options with you. You can get more details at glamorgancricket.com. And a reminder that our membership packages for 2025 are now available with early bird prices. We offer something for everyone: red ball cricket, white ball cricket, or both, and a number of flexible season passes. Full details on the website glamorgancricket.com.
cordon. And Singdale is running in, he bowls, and this is driven down the ground by Smale. That's a nice... In comes Singdale and bowls, inside edge, and it's going to go for 4. And James Bray this season, and of course next season, as Singdale bowls to Tribe, and he will get off the mark, but he'll get off the mark with a boundary as he plays that one with soft hand.
Forced him to pack it in. Matt Taylor is in to bowl, smashed away on the leg side. That one may... It's a question of survival somehow, as Smale smashes another one through the legs.
What a place to make your first-class debut. Singdale bowls, driving is Tribe. It's gone square on the offside. It beats tonight. Singdale completes his over and bowls and delivers a drive ball and...
Away from us for the final ball of his 5th over. It's full, it's driven back down the ground by Tribe. Bailey into the attack from the Cathedral Road end. Wide ball and caned away by...
This is a good over so far, and as mentioned...
Somerset kit on. Bailey bowls outside off stump, and Smale lays.
Continues from the river taff end to Tribe, and that's cut aggressively beyond point through of the southern group. Here is Price. That's driven, but it'll probably be made in the next few days. Price in to Tribe, and has that been caught? Yes, it has.
Yes.
I thought it died on second slip, but it was taken. Sure. Aiming for another wicket here. Price, and streakily played, and
Ingram on strike for the first time against Taylor, driving him through the offside. That sounded good. That is driven again by Ingram through the offside for itself off. And Taylor bowls very full, hammered back past him by Ingram for 4. As that's again repeat. Absolutely safe.
Bowls, and it's driven firmly, and they don't need to move for that.
Keeping Ingram at bay somewhat as he bowls, and over-pitched really there. He's a bit lucky, but yep, he's already on England's radar very much so. Zafar bowls edged wide of slip, and it will go...
Placings. Ingram pulls through the leg side, hasn't quite timed it, but he'll pick up a couple of runs to reach his half-century here, Colin Ingram.
In is Zafar, and there's a bit of width, and well, it missed everything.
As Bailey bowls to Ingram, who drives ferociously into the offside. That'll beat the charge towards us in the sunshine. Bowls, and Tribe will reach his half-century here for the second successive innings. He moves to 50 off 100, and as Ingram pulls this one, dispatches it through midway, as long as Ingram's.
Zafar again, and that's cleared. Didn't hit at all as Zafar comes in full, and that's whipped over mid-on, and that is convincing that time.
Bailey's in to bowl to Ingram, who cuts hard and will get runs down.
10th over. And he comes, reverse sweep coming out from Ingram, and there's a chase on, and it's going to beat the man. So that has gone
by Chris Dent, and there is no run. The extremely hirsute Chris Dent, as that one is cut away by Ingram for a single down towards backward point. 205 for 2. Ingram to 81 not out, and Carlson on strike against Zafar for the first time today.
If he were to reach another three-figure score, Colin Ingram, he would pass 9,000 first-class runs fairly shortly afterwards. It could be a particularly good day for him.
A nice milestone if he gets that, as Carlson is forward defending. Carlson needing 78 runs for his 1,000 for the season. And who knows whether he'll get the chance to play another innings after this one, because with the weather forecast on Sunday, we may find play truncated as he drives to mid-wicket. No run, end the over, 205 for 2. Ingram has 81. Carlson yet to score.
Yeah, earlier on there was a brief discussion about would we see something set up, would the sides decide they might want to finish with a win either way, but I guess the big problem is that final day forecast, in that can they really play for that rain?
No, it's...
And, you know, because then what are people going to say? Oh, it makes a mockery of the competition, and I wanted to come on that Sunday and you denied me my last day's cricket of the season. I don't know whether it would be that entering the thinking, but I think it doesn't help in terms of trying to set something up. Taylor in over the wicket, bowling to Ingram, who looks to on drive, and that may have come off his bat onto his pad. Anyway, it rolls up to mid-on at not the speed that I thought it might have done, given how well Ingram has played that shot in this innings so far.
Yeah, I think Glamorgan would be loath to declare, say, if they got to 350 at some point tomorrow morning, because they might be handing Gloucestershire, say, 5 sessions to get them in at a rather modest rate.
Taylor bowls to Ingram, who flicks this one down to fine leg. That will be fielded there by Tom Price. He's still got that bandage on his left, I think it's his left index finger, which he's got a noticeable white bit of bandaging on. 206 for 2. Ingram on to 82, so Taylor, I'm sure, won't be too disappointed to concede the single to Ingram, that he can bowl at the new man in Carlson, as Taylor comes in round the wicket to him, and this is stoically defended out into the covers by Kieran Carlson. And they still keep coming, the Glamorgan batting lineup, having got this sort of a platform. You've still got the likes of North East and Cook and Kellaway still to come, plenty of runs to come from the lower order potentially too.
Apart from North East, terrible
well,
record in Cardiff.
I had a feeling I was giving you the opportunity to bring that up again. Taylor bowls wide of the crease to Carlson, who comes forward and holds the pose of the defensive shot as it dribbles back to the bowler. But having seen his innings at Cheltenham, where it just looked pretty much from the moment he walked out there that you might as well just give him 100 in that extraordinary chase. It's hard to predict that he wouldn't come out and do it again. In comes Taylor, he's there and bowls, and Carlson steers this one out to backward point and is still unable to get off the mark.
Yeah, he's tried to be busy, hasn't he, Kieran Carlson? But nothing doing so far after 8 deliveries.
He's not looking too perturbed. Miles Hammond also seems to have some finger bandaging, which he's just thrown up in the air and caught at backward point. Reached that stage of the season, even the pros' fingers are getting gnarled and bruised. Taylor to Carlson, who just about jams the bat down on that in front of his pad and finds the hands of Joe Phillips at mid-wicket. So 9 deliveries. Carlson has yet to move his tally along at 206 for 2 at the end of another testing over from Matt Taylor, although with perhaps fewer alarms than before, but 11 overs, 1 for 38. His figures read just Matt Taylor and Tom Price in the wickets column for Gloucestershire, and some higher than desired economy rates amongst the bowling as well.
Very polite way to put it. Zafar Gohar, who's going for 3.5 and over at the moment. 13 overs, 0 for 45. From this Cathedral Road end, bowls, and back on his stumps goes Ingram to a ball that does keep a little bit low, a little bit of turn as umpire Widup having a word with Zafar and saying, don't run down the middle of the track, please.
This looks, is it official or is this the unofficial warning?
Didn't look hugely official. Didn't look over to square leg ump. Ingram drives into the offside, takes a single down towards a backward point. As Ed remarkably passes the technical test of how to keep the monitor switched on.
It does the same when I work at Taunton. The monitor threatens to turn itself off and you're just desperately scrabbling about to try and find any sort of a button to press.
As forward comes Carlson and defends, no run. Well, I'm impressed that you found it, because very few people do on that side of the box.
No, as I say, I think it is fairly similar to the monitor at Taunton, where it's round the back.
There is only one button to press, I think, on that one. As Zafar bowls, Carlson is off the mark here as he drives up to wide mid-off. Ambles through for the single, 208 for 2. We've got possibly 31 overs to come after this, and maybe my cynicism might not be justified.
Oh, I was always optimistic.
If the sky remains blue, Ingram back on his stumps, pushing it on the offside. Takes a single to the right hand of Hammond. Didn't appear to be there to start with, but wasn't it quite a comfortable single? 209 for 2. As one of the close fielders comes out. Carlson on strike. Phillips has gone to short extra cover on the drive as Carlson is forward defending. Zafar pretty much on the mark in that over, but it's cost him 3 singles. 209 for 2, Ingram 84. Carlson won the men out. Smale for 41, Tribe for 70, and the wicket takers Price T and Taylor M. It would be difficult to be Taylor J since he is on a different continent.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it, when Zafar first started bowling, and it may be that the pitch has already got a bit drier, but when he first started bowling, there were a couple, there was even one ball that Tribe drove at and missed, and I think you would use the word ragged to, not even just turned. But in his last 7, 8 overs, maybe even more than that, there's not looked as though there's been much assistance for him, and his primary role has been, as you put it, more of a holding role. Taylor bowls, it's wide outside the off stump, and Ingram tries to cut and misses the ball through to the keeper. That was the one that Gloucestershire were hoping he would edge. It wasn't a perfect piece of bowling from Matt Taylor, but when you've got somebody in the form that Ingram has been in, it's the sort of dismissal that you feel probably has to go your way to get him out.
It's a rare ugly shot from Ingram, wasn't it? Not close, not wide enough to play that shot to, too close to the body.
Taylor runs in, he bowls to Ingram, it's full and driven firmly down towards mid-off, where Graham van Buren does the fielding. You can tell that there's been some moisture on the ball by the state of Graham van Buren's trousers, because there is a huge smear of red down the side of it, more so than you'd expect from not even 50 overs in the field, so that's one of the things I suspect that has caused there to be a bit less movement out there than Gloucestershire might have hoped for. Taylor bowls. Oh, he's chopped it on! So he missed one earlier in the over, Ingram, and he makes probably the same mistake as he did earlier on in that over, only a bit more egregious because it was closer to him. And for once, the inside edge does go onto the stumps as Matt Taylor has struck for a second time in this spell. Not a particularly pretty dismissal, but Gloucestershire won't care too much about that. It was a flat-footed cut from Ingram. It was coming from left arm over as well, so it was angling further in on him. And he has to depart, having made 84, 209 for 3.
Maybe a dismissal and several near misses of playing on earlier in the day suggest the ball isn't really bouncing as much as they expect. Maybe a slightly softer wicket with all the rain we've had around, but Colin Ingram jogs back up the pavilion steps. He can be satisfied with another job well done as he moves up to 1,351 runs for the first class season, which is quite the tally, but Gloucestershire have the first bonus point of the day.
Yes.
1-0 for Shire.
Vital bonus points in their efforts to try and overhaul Leicestershire above them. Need 4 points to get above Leicestershire, and then assuming both draw, well, that is 4 more points than Leicestershire, of course. So there's one of them. The excitement is building.
England against Australia. England exactly halfway through their 39 overs, 118 for 2 after 19.3. Ben Duckett 53 not out, Harry Brook 26 not out, the man out Phil Salt. England's Premier Welshman with 22. Will Jacks went for 10 wicket apiece to Hazelwood and to Mitch Marsh.
Yes, Will Jacks to a ball that was, yes, perhaps not there to be got out to, but
haven't seen that one
managed
yet.
it. He drove it in the air and was caught at backward point, I think.
Somerset against Hampshire, the battle for runners-up in Division 1. Somerset 37 for 3, still 23 runs in arrears. Hampshire 60 ahead on first dibs.
Kyle Abbott 2 for 8. He loves bowling against Somerset. Absolutely loves it. There was a time, whether it was 2 seasons ago, 3 seasons ago probably, if not even further back than that, might have even been pre-COVID. Come back to that as Taylor is ready to bowl to North East with 2 slips in place, and North East edges and is then plucked on the bounce by Ollie Price at second slip. No one hand, one bounce today, but that was a really smart stop from Ollie Price. Played softly enough as it turned out by North East, but he doesn't get off the mark with it, which would have been a handy bonus. As the sun does disappear, and whilst the light is fine at the moment, it's already at 25 past 4. You can see what it might be like at 5:30 if the sun is still behind the cloud, is coming forward to defend that one as North East out to mid-off. There was a time when there was a sort of a feeling the title might go Somerset's way. They played Hampshire, I think, in the penultimate round, and then they had one of the bottom sides to come in the last round, and then the top side had a very difficult final round. It might have been the year as Taylor bowls, and this is worked away to short mid-wicket. I think it was the first year when Surrey won the title in this recent stretch of them, and they had Essex in the final round of matches at the Oval, and Somerset had a winnable looking game at home in the final round, and Kyle Abbott took something like 16 wickets in the match, something absurd like that. It might have been 15, like it might have been an 8 for and a 7 for, something like that, and scuppered Somerset's title hopes, and I think he's done it to them a couple of times as well. So to see him at 2 for 9, having taken 4 for not very many in the first innings, 4 for 37, hardly a surprise. 209 for 3 at the end of that over. A wicket maiden from Matt Taylor, 2 for 38 now from his 12.
Zaffa from the Cathedral Road ends, played off the back foot by Carlson. Gloucestershire have got 2 new batters to aim at. Wickets falling in the 46th and 50th overs of the innings, and Gloucestershire getting a little bit vocal for the first time in quite a time. As Carlson looks to turn one on the leg side, they'll go through for a single. Carlson was a little bit slow to respond to North East's call. Zaffa's appeals are getting more and more anguished, but from the, as he again checks with the umpire why it wasn't given out, it didn't
going
look right.
Way down leg side. I mean, it's not even close.
That's a shocking appeal. That's a shocker.
Yeah, I have to say, I mean, I do like Zaffa, and you cannot help but admire his enthusiasm, but I think the umpire has to be pretty close to, if not already beyond, the stage of telling him about excessive appealing.
As that one hits the bat of North East going down leg, there's an appeal from slip this time, just for a bit of variety. That previous one, I think, even umpiring the lowest reaches of the local league, as well, I do when I'm playing, because we don't have umpires, but I'd be laughing at the bowler for that previous one.
Oh, Abbott's got another.
As forward comes North East and defends.
Kyle, that is, not Sean, who's just been ramped for 4 by Ben Duckett.
Simultaneous commentary on 2 other matches by Ed Seaborn. As North East stretching forward and defending. Got Duck in the second innings here against Yorkshire. Leg before the band code. As Glamorgan suffered quite a heavy defeat there. As forward stretches North East. A little bit of breeze getting up. Apologies for that if you're hearing it on the effects microphone. 210 for 3.
It's amazing that's kicked up so quickly as soon as this cloud has come over. It was all quite serene out there, at least in terms of wind and sunshine. I'm sure it wasn't particularly pleasant for the spectators given the temperature out there, but all of a sudden the breeze has really kicked up, which I'm not sure will be particularly welcome for Gloucestershire's bowlers. Certainly not welcome for their fielders.
No, most of them have got jerseys on. There's a few brave souls without.
Taylor then to continue what's been a good spell so far. He bowls round the wicket and he's got another. Carlson wafting outside the off stump and has edged it, and James Bracey has yet another catch for the season. It is 3 for Matt Taylor, 3 for 38, and Glamorgan 210 for 4 as Carlson departs for 1.
Little bit flat-footed from Carlson, bit of movement off the pitch possibly from Taylor there, but it's not a great shot.
It's the shot of, if Colin Ingram had played that shot when he was in the middle and he was on 60 odd or 70 odd and really had the measure of the pace of the pitch and what it was doing, he may well have crashed that for 4, but it wasn't the sort of shot that you would expect somebody on 1 to be able to hit away without there being a significant element of risk, and as it turned out, too much of a risk for Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, would say end of season-ish, but Carlson always plays with a fair degree of risk anyway. Gets the rewards pretty often, and he's averaging 40 this season.
Yes, he's certainly not had, he had that prolific season last season. He's not had the sort of a drop-off season that you not necessarily expect, but as sometimes happens after a season like that, when it's hard to follow it up the next year.
Yeah, 1 century and 8 half centuries, decent return from a county season, as Sam North East is joined by a man who, well, he's underperformed really this season by his standards with the bat. Chris Cook, his wicket keeping has been as excellent as ever, but he's only averaging 25 in red ball cricket. 1 century, 1 half century, and we all know that he is capable of better. But this is quite the comeback from Matt Taylor and Gloucestershire. 3 wickets have fallen in the space of 12 runs.
It's amazing. I say it so often about Matt Taylor, how his wickets so often seem to come in clusters like this. He's just made a bit of a habit of doing this in his Gloucestershire career, and it's happened again. And it's also, as he comes in and bowls the first ball to Cook, who drives away but won't get off the mark as Joe Phillips tumbles away to his right at backward point and saves the boundary. It's amazing how often it seems to come also around about this time when the ball may be, I don't know that it would be here, in fact I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be, but it's often when the ball starts to reverse and he gets the ball to reverse from round the wicket to the right-handers as Cook again comes forward and drives, but this time it is mid-off who is called into action. Ajit Singh Dale does the fielding. It's amazing how often it seems to have been when Matt Taylor's actually had his most success. I was just looking up Chris Cook's record against Gloucestershire because it feels as though he does get runs every time he bats against them, and then you look this up statistically as Taylor is in and this is squeezed out to point for no run. So often you look at the stats and actually it's not borne out by what you feel, but no, we've got good numbers against Gloucestershire. 821 runs in his career, an average of closer to 46 than 45, 107 half centuries, so he's past 50 at a good clip. As Taylor is into him and he is forward and steadily defending this one out to Zafar Gohart at extra cover, and Matt Taylor one delivery away from back-to-back wicket maidens. Certainly found the sort of consistency that it has to be said has been lacking rather from Gloucestershire's bowlers in this innings so far, and also will lead Glamorgan to feel that if they can achieve that sort of consistency, then they may already have a decent total. Taylor bowls, Cook comes across his stumps and is going to pick up. I think, no, they're just going to settle for the single. I thought they might try and take on fine leg for 2, but Taylor is looking aghast at that because he feels that was probably one of the better balls he's bowled in the over, and Cook has ruined his efforts of back-to-back wicket maidens. But the way that he's certainly making Cook, or trying to make Cook feel with his body language, that was taken from very much on the stumps rather than heading down the leg side. But a single to get Cook underway, so no longer are both batters on naught, and Glamorgan are 211 for 4 now after 52 overs.
So Zafar from the Cathedral Road end, light levels have dropped considerably. Obviously not a problem against the spinner, but does give an indication of the problems we might be facing in an hour's time or so, as Zafar bowls to Cook, who is forward and defending, and all of a sudden the game has a completely different air to it after Ingram and Tribe were proceeding in quite carefree manner up until tea, but Gloucestershire really have pegged things back in the 30-odd minutes since, as forward stretches Cook and defends. 2 experienced men, but neither in the best of nick at the moment. Ben Callaway to come at 7, we presume, as Cook is forward defending. We did see Callaway bat at 5 last week with Cook at 6. Callaway and Van der Hochten to come, and Harris, Gorvin and Leonard As forward comes Cook to defend.
Yeah, I was going to ask when Kellaway came out, is the feeling that he will in the end up as a 4 or 5, or is he seen as more of a potential all-rounder type who would slot in at 6 or 7?
As forward comes Cook and defends. At the moment, I see him more as your all-rounder who gives the side a balance at 6. And, you know, he's hit the ball hard in one-day stuff, limited over stuff generally. As that is played away by Cook off a thick edge past a diving slip, and they'll jog back for a couple of runs. Not a chance, but certainly not one off the middle of the bat from Chris Cook, who moves to 3, 213 for 4. I think for the moment, Kellaway, well, 6 I would say would be his position for the next couple of seasons while he eases himself into the first-class game, because he hasn't played that much first-class cricket, quite a bit of white ball stuff, but this is 4th game this season, and, well, 1 and a bit last year. He was taken off with concussion, so it's only realistically his 5th first-class game, so 6 or 7 is fine for him for the time being, to sum up my rather long-winded answer.
I was just wondering in terms of, you know, the future, but I guess I don't have to think too much about that at the moment. If he scores the runs, he'll move up the order. If he doesn't, then he's got the bowling, which is going to mean that he's always going to have a route into the side.
Absolutely.
Which is one of the reasons, as Taylor is in round the wicket, bowling to North East, it's down the leg side, and North East can't get a touch as Bracey tidies up. One of the reasons why so few cricketers now seem to come through that can't bowl some sort of spin. They're effectively taught that. I've even seen Joe Phillips doing quite a bit of off-spin bowling, at least in practice. He's not bowled in first-team action yet, but no longer are people specialist batters almost. Taylor bowls, and North East tries to flick this one off his thigh and ends up getting hit on the pad. Far too high for any shouts from anyone, but I'm sure there's some people saying that hasn't stopped them so far. But I think even that one is far too far over the top to interest anybody. But North East still himself stuck on a blob as Taylor round the wicket bowls. North East lays into the drive and has driven it square on the offside out to the boundary for 4. So he is off the mark in handsome style. 217 for 4.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? Muscle memory, I suppose, by this stage in your career. Sam North East, an experienced player with Hampshire, Kent, and now Glamorgan, and really is a class player on his day.
It was just that bit more footwork in that one, wasn't there? It wasn't too dissimilar in terms of length to the ball that got Carlson out, but North East just moved better towards the ball. Taylor to North East, and this is dabbed away defensively out to Zafar Gohar at cover, and again there is no run. So Taylor 3 for 43 overall in his 14th over. Yes, the question is, as he gets deeper into this spell, who are Gloucestershire going to look to try to keep the pressure on from that Cathedral Road end when this spell ends? Taylor bowls, and North East comes calmly forward and defends away to the bowler, excuse me. I think there are a few spots of rain falling. I saw Archie Bailey looking suspiciously up towards the skies. It's not at this stage heavy enough that the umpires have really had much of a look whether we get one at the end of this over. Looking overhead, it doesn't look especially threatening what's right up above. Taylor in and bowls, and North East with a push drive to mid-off, and Singdale field. So still very few individual deliveries being scored off from Matt Taylor, who I'm sure can still go for at least another one in this spell. And the end of the over, as so often, precipitates the umpires having a bit of a discussion, and they've decided that they would like to go off.
There we are. I shouldn't think it will be a hugely long delay.
Has been suspended.
Ground staff are not exactly sprinting
No.
towards the hover cover, it has to be said.
There are 4 of them walking towards the hover cover. The rain, I think, is going to be so light as to not make much difference, but the umpires have taken the stumps out, so we are going to have something of a delay with Glamorgan 217 for 4 after 54 overs. Northeast 4, Cook 3, the men out. Smale 41, Tribe 70, Ingram 84, and Carlson for 1. 3 wickets to Matt Taylor, and the first one to Tom Price. We'll take a brief break and be back with you when play resumes, but don't go far.
We are off the bad light, and there's a little bit of rain around as well. We have 2 big international games here in 2025, and England versus West Indies one-day international on Sunday the 1st of June, and a T20 international between England and South Africa on Wednesday the 10th of September. Full details of all games, how you can buy tickets and enter the ballot, are on our website, glamorgancricket.com.
Good evening. Told you it wouldn't be long. Glamorgan 217 for 4 after a break for...
Well, not much has to be said. Let's come off it.
A few specks of rain and a marginal drop in the light, but the sun has now come out, and the umpires have felt obliged to resume proceedings. With Glamorgan on 217 for 4, Gloucestershire with a bit of momentum in their favour, thanks to Matt Taylor, who's claimed 3 for 1 in the space of 13 balls.
3 fewer overs today.
So it's theoretically 23 to bowl if the light stays okay, and Zafar Gohar to bowl to Chris Cook, who's for defending the ball towards short leg. There is no short leg, so James Bracey picks it up. So 2 slips in attendance now as Glamorgan look to rebuild, having lost 3 wickets in fairly quick succession. 198 for 2 became 210 for 4, with Tribe 70, Ingram 84, Carlson 1, returning to the pavilion. Zafar bowls and Cook is forward, defending it out into the offside. The sun has now re-emerged, so proceedings are very brightly lit indeed. The shadow of the floodlight pylon has passed across the wicket as Cook drives nicely into the offside. Hasn't quite timed it, but it'll be at least a couple of runs out towards the deep extra cover boundary. A scrambling stop by Archie Bailey, and Cook moves up to 5, 219 for 4 here on BBC Sport Online. Also available via the app and on most smart speakers these days. As Zafar bowls and forward goes Cook. If you want to get us via your smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play Glamorgan v Gloucestershire Day 2 in this case. You have to say the number, day of the match. As Cook pushes at that one, prods at it, doesn't make any contact, through to James Bracey. No run. 219 for 4, 22 overs remain, and well, Gloucestershire have got a bit of intensity back into their performance thanks to Matt Taylor's wicket taking.
Archie Bailey to bowl from the...
Bailey's going to have another blast, a bit expensive so far, but end of season game, you might as well give the youngster as much opportunity as possible.
Yeah, Gloucestershire making a fist of it in this session. What were they, 195 for 1 at tea. And Glamorgan have lost Tribe, Ingram and Carlson off the bowling of Matt Taylor. But it will be the youngster, Archie Bailey, to start this latest spell from the River Taff end. 2 slips in for the bowler, mid off, mid on, cover, backward point. There's a bit of rejigging. He's got protection at deep backward square. There's a man at fine leg as well. And there is also a sweeper on the offside. So this is Bailey to Sam Northeast. In he comes, bowls, and that's cut towards the man that is sweeping on the offside, and they'll pick up a single. So what, just off for 10 minutes, quarter of an hour max. A brief interlude.
England 200 for 3 in the 28th over against Australia. It's a 39 over match. Harry Brooks got going, 71 not out off 48 balls. Ben Duckett 63 run a ball.
In comes Bailey to Cook, who plays it to mid on, and there's no run.
Jamie Smith 22 not out. Looks like being a decent England total as they try to level up the series before the decider scheduled for Bristol on Sunday,
which
weather permitting.
Yes, I think that is the asterisk, weather permitting. Bailey in to Cook, who cuts, and that will go all the way. It flew past backward point, and it's a boundary for Chris Cook.
I think he took on the risk there deliberately in the air, but flying past the fielder at backward point.
Chris Cook up and down season.
Yeah, very good behind the wickets as always.
Yep.
Not the same volume as of runs as usual. 490 in the championship as things stand.
He's there on 9 on strike now as Bailey comes in and bowls, and just possibly stayed a fraction low, but it's dug out by Cook and it dribbles to a mid-on.
And although Cook's obviously got first team life left in him, it does point to the debate as to who will be his long-term successor. Will Smale, having done it in the One Day Cup, but also with Alex Horton, who's been on the staff since the age of 16, and Henry Hurl, who's played for England under 19s, also in contention.
Bailey comes in, and that is pushed into the offside. Just a single. Well, Smale has certainly enhanced his reputation, I would suggest, this year in that facet of the game.
Yes, he kept well in the One Day Cup, taking some neat catches, standing up to the seamer Andy Gorvin, for example, but just 1/2 century so far in a handful of blast and most of the One Day Cup.
Bailey in to northeast. Oof. And that's cut, and it whizzes past second slip. And there isn't a third man. So that's another boundary at the end of the over. It was slightly streaky from Sam.
Streaky, I think.
Sam Northeast.
I think describing it as a cut was being rather kind to him. Pushed at it rather uncertainly, but he moves up to 9, and the total's 229 for 4. Gloucestershire have 1 bowling point. Glamorgan a further 21 runs before they get their first batting point, and although they were sailing along at one point, Matt Taylor has gone the proverbial bang bang bang, not just the bang bang. 3 bangs for Taylor. Zafar will keep on going, tying up this end as it bowls to Cook, who is forward defending, and there's no run. So shadows jutting out over the near side of the playing arena as Cook drives back to the bowler, and there is no run. The 2/3, 3/4 of the ground bathed in very pleasant evening sunlight at the moment. We started 90 minutes late, and we've just had the 1 10-minute delay as Cook drives into covers. There's a slight misfield. They're through for a single, and they'll settle for that. Cook's drives are pretty firmly hit, mind you. He moves to 11, 230 for 4 here on BBC Sport Online. As northeast settles. Faces up to Zafar and plays forward, and these two playing with a fair bit of caution in the early stages after the loss of 3 quick wickets, of course, but as befits 2 men who need some decent stats from this game. As northeast cuts to point, no run. Northeast now on 949 runs for the season, and these two recognising they may not get a second innings chance if Sunday's weather forecast is accurate. Northeast into double figures as he drives up to mid-off. Takes the single. Bless you, sir or madam, beneath us. 231 for 4. Northeast 10. Cook has 11. All is serene once more for human and avian life in the Cardiff sunshine.
As the two come together out in the middle, so they'll be trying to push on in the 20 overs remaining this evening on the second day's play. And there could yet be more rain disruptions yet to come. Tomorrow looking okay. So it'll be interesting to see what the balance of the match is. But this Gloucestershire's session so far, as Archie Bailey comes in, right arm over the wicket from the River Taff end, and that's pushed into the offside and is fielded at cover, and there's no run. Run rate just over 4, so just under 20 overs remaining, potentially. Bailey, slightly expensive, but will use the experience, none for 45 in his 8th over. Sophia Gardens bathed in sunshine. It's great for the spectators on the opposite end as Bailey comes in. But always chilly here below us.
Yes.
Below the media centre.
Yeah, usually people move round from this Cathedral Road end to the far end of the ground unless it is really baking hot where they come in the opposite direction.
Sam Northeast, who played a leading role in Glamorgan's triumph on Monday at Nottingham, carried his bat 63 not out in that game as Bailey comes in, bowls to Northeast again into the offside. Again, there's no run, and it was looking dicey early on with 2 wickets in that game, and Northeast, who, without being overcritical, it's not as wasn't his usual situation that he thrives in, but needed to steady the course and did so. Bailey coming in and bowls, and that's pushed, and they will take a single this time because it's to the left of cover. 232 for 4, so the runs have slowed up. Gloucestershire put the brakes on, courtesy of Matt Taylor with 3-4. Smale went earlier off the bowling of Smith, Tom Smith, that is, caught by his brother in his Bailey, and that's just jabbed down into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, the Price brothers combining for that wicket.
Just a bit of a lull in proceedings here after the wicket, certainly after the wicket of Ingram, who was scoring freely. Again, probably will be frustrated that he's missed out on a 3-figure score there, like he did against Yorkshire, 83 and 84 respectively. Coming in is Bailey from the River Taff end, and that's driven firmly. Will it evade? Yes, it will. Mid-on, and it will go all the way for 4.
Yeah, despairing dive by the mid-on fielder there, Chris Dent. Couldn't quite get down in time, and very firmly struck by Chris Cook, as he's wont to do with his drives.
And giving us a rendition of some tune below us on the effects mic.
Whistle while you work.
2 slips in for Archie Bailey. In he comes, bowls, and that's firmly struck by Chris Cook, but just to mid-off, and that brings the end of Archie Bailey's over, and Glamorgan moved to 238 for 4 after 58 overs.
So just starting to put a little partnership together, these two. Nothing hugely significant at the moment, 28 runs, but it has just interrupted the momentum that Gloucestershire had with that tremendous burst by Matt Taylor, who is playing only his 4th championship match of the season, keeping him in cotton wool at some stages, Gloucestershire, for the T20 campaign. And he actually took 3 Glamorgan wickets in the 2nd innings of that unforgettable game at Cheltenham. Glamorgan made 592 to tie, as on the back foot, North East playing that one nicely through the offside. It's hit reasonably hard, and they'll settle for a couple of runs. Good piece of fielding from the 2 Gloucestershire men out in the deep there. One of them was Bailey, didn't catch the other, but it's the usual combined fielding in which one flicks it back inside the ropes and the other actually does the throw. 240 for 4. North East to 13 not outs here in the evening sunshine. 18 overs theoretically left if the sun stays out. And Zaffer bowls, and that's turned away on the leg side by North East, and there's no run. Zaffer in his 19th over. 0 for 56. Has been wheeling away at this Cathedral Road end for some considerable time as North East is forward defending. Nothing in the way of vicious turn at the moment. And the game has gone into something of a stasis as North East cuts. This time there's a sweeper on the cover boundary, and it is just the single taken. 241 for 4 over at Taunton. Somerset 54 for 4 in their 2nd innings. That is still 6 runs behind Hampshire with 6 wickets remaining. They're off for rain there, as that one has troubled Chris Cook, who jabbed at it and made no contact. Ends up in the gloves of Grace.
Quicker one, isn't it, I think?
241 for 4. Last ball of Zaffer's 19th over. Bowls to Cook, who works it through the offside for a single. So it's Glamorgan just starting to milk Zaffer a little bit. 4 off the over. 242 for 4 with 18 overs scheduled to remain this evening.
Yeah, interesting to see what kind of total Glamorgan get up to this evening. There'll be no thought of not batting through, obviously. You alluded to that earlier, Nick.
Yeah, we're thinking because we don't know about the weather on the final day. They can't really set up a game on the basis that it's only going to be a 2-day game.
Rainbow over Sophia Gardens as Archie Bailey storms in to Chris Cook, firmly driven, and that bisects cover and a wideish mid-off. Possibly, yes, it will go all the way. Well timed, Chris Cook, and it's another boundary.
Just checking back on Zaffer. He bowled the 1 over just before lunch, and then it's been 18 over spell from Zaffer.
Wow.
Which, since it was interrupted by about that little rain and apathy break, then didn't realise that it was quite as long as it has been.
Yeah, has given runs away. Ace tried to go after him after lunch. Trying to go over the top a few times. Bailey to Chris Cook, and that's pulled aggressively through mid-wicket, and wasn't timed though, and they'll pick up 2. There was a lot. It was a clunk of the bat, which suggested he had timed it.
Yeah, we were looking away towards the mid-wicket boundary, but the ball got less than 2/3 of the way there. It's fielded by the man running round from wide mid on.
Just a couple then to Chris Cook, who moves on to 22 and 31. Just starting to pick up now in terms of his strike rate. Northeast is 14. Bailey coming in over the wicket to Cook, and well, that's missed. First and second slip.
Don't think it carried on
well,
first.
And I think second slip picked it up very late.
Not sure if anyone got any contact on it. We'll see on the maybe on the replay. Well, just bisected them, I think.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure whether it would have carried anyway. Probably pitched just short.
Moral victory for the bowler, if nothing else.
4 runs in the book. 10 off 3 balls now.
Been tough on Bailey, who comes in, and that's just jabbed into the offside, and there's no run, none for 62 in his 9th.
Yes, he's going at more than twice the rate of Zafar.
Struggled against Ingram for large periods.
Won't be the first bowler.
No,
won't be the
that
last.
is true. That is true.
You've got to learn somehow. 4 for 30 in the second innings against Middlesex last time out, so it's all good learnings.
England 2-3-2 for 4 in the ODI at Lords against Australia. As Bailey comes in, and that's not timed by Chris Cook, and it's fielded at cover. What are they, 31 overs in the 32nd of 39 in a rain-reduced match. Livingstone and Smith at the helm. Certainly hit the ball, can Jamie Smith. Powerful hitters. Bailey wheels round with 2 slips to Cook right up in the block hole, and only as far as mid-on, and there's no run. The end of Archie Bailey's over. That is the 60th, incidentally, of today, with a minimum of 17 if the light prevails. Northeast is 14. Cook unbeaten on 26. Glamorgan 252 for 4.
So the spell from Matt Taylor, 3 for 1 in the space of 13 balls, has been by far Gloucestershire's best moment of the day, or little passage of play. Glamorgan with a stand of 129 for the second wicket between Asa Tribe, who made 70, Colin Ingram 84. Both fell to Taylor, who dismissed Carlson for 1. The other man today, Will Smale, caught Price the younger, bowled Price the elder. 252 for 4, 1 all on bonus points. Zafar to Northeast, who chops it to backward point. No run. A little movement of fielders. As Gloucestershire swap a couple over for no apparent reason. Mid-wicket and point exchanging places. Zafar in. Bowls as Bill for catch down the leg side. Not out.
There's been a few of those from Zafar today, chugging away.
Yeah. That one might have flicked the thigh on the way through or something, but it's more in hope than expectation from Bracey as Northeast drives to short cover. Fielded by Phillips, no run. Joe Phillips, the Cardiff MCCU player, playing alongside Asa Tribe in the pre-season friendly here against Glamorgan. As that is flat bat drive from Northeast, not quite timed. Ball doesn't seem to be coming very well off the bat at the moment, whether that's a function of the pitch or two batters who may be in top form. Bright bit of rainbow arc opposite us as North East takes a single out to deep point. That's a pretty bright affair. And the skies somewhere over the eastern part of Cardiff. Is there a crock of gold at the end of it? Zafar bowls and Cook plays it defensively. And the over. 2-5-3 for 4 here on BBC Sport Online. In this battle of the two white ball champions, Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. What a beautiful occurrence of nature that is. Seems to be extending up into the sky almost as we speak.
Ollie Price will take over from Archie Bailey at the River Taff end. Bailey, tough day at the office, nothing to show for his efforts. Ollie Price took the catch off the bowling of his brother, Tom Price. The first wicket, Will Smale to fall for 41. Ace of Tribe, LBW bowl, Taylor 17. Taylor took his third, bowled Ingram, who played on for 84, and Kieran Carson, that last batter to go, Court Bracey, bowled Taylor for 1.
Double spin for the time being, Ollie Price.
So there is a slip in. Mid off, mid on. Short cover. And mid wicket. There's a man at 45 on the leg side. In comes Smith, and that's worked away behind slip. It might not go all the way. Chasers in pursuit, and they will come back for a third. 256 for 4. So this partnership now is worth 46. So we've steadied the situation after losing Kieran Carson, who just wafted at one outside off stump, it has to be said, off the bowling of Matt Taylor. You're reticent to say an end of season shot, but had that feeling about it. Little foot movement. But as Nick said, he does go after the ball anyway. Likes to score quickly, does Kieran Carson. Who for the second time held aloft the One Day Cup on Monday. Smith, Ollie Price, rather, sorry, in over the wicket, and there's no run. Chris Cook, 26 from 38.
Got to get Tom Smith out your mind. He's not playing.
This is Price, and Cook tried to give himself a bit of room to work it into the offside, which he did, but only as far as cover.
It's all a little bit slingy, isn't it, from Price? Just a rejig, asking the man sweeping on the onside to move to his left as Price comes in, and that is a good shot by Chris Cook. He's got this away, and it will go through the covers for 4. Yeah, racing away, squarish bat from Chris Cook, but plays a very firm drive when he gets going. 30 or 40 deliveries now, just starting to raise the tempo a little bit, Glamorgan. And Zafar's going at 3 and over.
Price, and again Cook give himself a bit of room, and that's firmly struck to a wide-ish mid-off. End of the over, and Glamorgan going along nicely. 261 for 4 as the Red Dragon flutters above the pavilion.
Yeah, a bit of breeze there. Oh dear, no Gloucestershire flag up there today. Tut tut. The Welsh flag and the Glamorgan flag. And Zafar Gohar.
An ever-present
An ever-present, yeah, since
today.
In the last 20 overs he's bowled. This is his 21st, 20 of them on the bounce. But Gloucestershire haven't quite managed to get the partnerships together in terms of bowling. Matt Taylor with a 3-wicket burst. Bailey, well, still learning his craft. And Singdale, quite menacing, but a little bit expensive. 261 for 4. Morgan looking to get 300 on the board by the close as Zafar's in and bowls, and Cook defends on the leg side. And there's no run. Taylor 3 for 43 in his 14 overs. Singdale's gone for 4 and over. Bailey for 6.5. Tom Price 1 for 34 off 8, the other wicket taker. As Cook drives back to the bowler, gets a hand to it. And there is no run. A few other options available with Van Buren's spin has claimed 7 wickets this season. It's down leg side. Wide called.
Gosh.
Interesting. Interesting. Don't see that very often in Championship cricket. It wasn't particularly wide, but the umpires obviously thought that Zafar was bowling negatively. Strange. Didn't seem to be previous offences, as it were, as Cook drives up to mid-off. Single taken. Cook, I think, might want a new bat. Either that or a drink, or a pair of gloves. He's waved the dressing room for something anyway. There's no one, virtually no one, saving the single on the offside now. This is quite odd. It's very much a leg side field for Zafar. And the sweep shot is taken on by North East, and it's done the fielder at deep backward square. Oh dear, Matt Taylor. He may have had his moments with the ball, but he ran past that one and it stitched him up like a kipper.
Well, it might have been a leg side field, Nick, but it didn't stop Chris Cook, and the spin did for him there.
Yeah, North East sweeping it away, and poor old Matt Taylor running past it. It's a good job it's the end of the season and he's already got 3 wickets in the bank. 267 for 4. So there are 2 deep on the leg side for that very shot, plus a short fine leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on, which means you can just dab the ball on the offside and go through for a single, as Sam North East does thereafter. A minor disagreement with Zafar Gohar as to rights of way. There's a little bit of pushing and shoving.
But there's an easy single there all day long. The man sweeping is coming up now.
Yeah, they're cutting that one off. Still 2 deep on the leg side, in case they want to take that sweep shot on again. 268 for 4 as Cook prods it straight to mid-wicket. So we had 6 off the bat, plus the wide. And Zafar Gohar is toiling in vain at the moment as he takes his sweater, possibly the end of a marathon 20-over spell. Wanders off, gets a consoling pat on the back from James Bracey as he walks past him. Now the clouds coming over again and the light levels are dropping, and
well, this is probably bleaker than when we went off before.
There were a few spots of rain that took them off initially, and then it was down to bad light supposedly, according to the board. But it's
Let's
quite
not
murky now.
second guess the decision making. Yeah, there's a few murky grey clouds hovering above now.
But we have got spin, at least for the moment, at both ends.
In the shape of Ollie Price, and that's worked easily through mid-wicket for a single. So Glamorgan targeting the 300 mark, you'd have thought, by the close of play.
What we haven't remarked is that this is Sam North East's highest championship score at Cardiff this season.
Yeah, well, as Ollie Price comes in, Cook firmly struck, but there is no run. It's sped to mid-off. Yes, those big knocks coming at Lords, Headingley, and I missed one, Cheltenham.
Yeah, how could we forget that one?
Yeah. Chris Cook is on strike facing Ollie Price, and that's worked into the offside for a single. This deep cover hauls it back to Bracey. No suggestion of going off for the time being. 270 for 4. North East is on strike. We'll face Ollie Price, and that's worked round the corner, and they do come through for a quick single, and they get home with something to spare. 271 for 4. And this partnership now has worked 61 since Kieran Carlson was caught by Bracey for the bowling of Matt Taylor. This is Ollie Price coming over the wicket, and that's sweetly struck for just the one for Chris Cook. Picked the man out, sweeping on the offside. Does time it well though, Chris Cook, who's on to 34 from 48. Sam North East is 25 from 36. He's on strike now. Last ball of the over. Ollie Price comes in, bowls fullish, and that's lofted above mid-wicket. I think a long off, lost that momentarily, and then picked up his speed once more.
Yeah, that'll cause the umpires a few reasons to doubt, won't it? Because, as you say, the fielder in the deep really didn't pick it out. And if fielders are losing the ball, well,
present.
Are they coming together?
I think there might be a discussion.
There's a bit of very dark stuff overhead.
Yeah, this might be it. And there might be a more prolonged gap this time if they do go off. Now, there's a bit of a conflab between both umpires. Shall we? Shan't we not?
Well, it's darker than when they stayed off.
Without question.
They went off.
Without question, but they probably stay on.
They went off for a sprinkle of rain, stayed off for bad light, or because someone fancied a cup of tea. And it's late September. It's Rod Stewart time. We really should be back at school. And
yeah,
they're going to play on.
I'm a bit perplexed as to the thought process, has to be said. And I wouldn't be surprised, Nick, looking to the left, if there's a sprinkling of rain coming in there as well. So I'm not sure if this is going to be long until we are forced off. Zaffar's carrying on.
And he comes. I thought he was done after 20 overs as forward pushes Chris Cook. Looked to be taking his sweater in the manner of a man who'd had enough, but crack on. Maybe the umpires have said to them, you've got a bold spin to try and stay on. As this one is walloped over mid-wicket by Chris Cook, opening his shoulders and hitting it over mid-wicket, wide long on, somewhere around there, for 4 runs. Cook moves to 38, and just a few signs of frivolity now from this pair.
There's usually always a sweet sound off the bat of Chris Cook, and it was apparent there.
As Zaffa's in and bowls and beats Cook, prodding forward into the gloves of Bracey. Cook has 27, so that's 9-6-7 for the season now. Cook is on 519, so at least he's past the 500 mark. As Zaffa bowls, and it's knocked away by Cook. Down to deep point, single taken, 2-7-9 for 4. And really, Gloucestershire have had this one spell of half an hour or so when they were in the wickets. Apart from that, Glamorgan have been on top for most of the day. North East defends back to Zaffa, but still Gloucestershire have got the chance with 2 or 3 wickets, if we do get these remaining 12 overs in, to get back to somewhere near parity. As driven gently by North East to Phillips at short cover. No run, 279 for 4 at the end of the over. Elsewhere, what is happening? I hear you cry. England 269 for 5 after 36 of their 39 overs against Australia. Harry Brook made 87, Jamie Smith 39. It's Liam Livingstone and young Jacob Bethel at the wicket at the moment. Meanwhile, over in Taunton, scores level. Rain, Somerset 60 for 4 in their second innings. They're off again at Taunton. Change of bowling, Van Buren for the first time.
Yeah, we thought we might see him at some point before the close, and he is on. However, now then, no, we'll have a discussion once more.
Umpires having a look. Well, they've got spin at both ends, but it's
the light reader is going to come out. Oh no, it's disregarding the ball.
It's a ball check.
All right, okay. Just keeping us on our toes.
Van Buren didn't like the look of it. Umpire saying, get on with it. 6 wickets at 46 this season, Graham Van Buren.
I reckon in about 10 minutes we're going to have a shower. Or even less.
Had one this morning, Ken.
It's not looking great to the left of us here. As Van Buren comes on, left arm around, and Chris Cook times that beautifully, and will go all the way through the covers for 4. And if I'm not mistaken, that rain has arrived.
As the sun comes out and the rainbow reappears in the distance over Rumney.
Well, they're persevering for the time being, Van Buren, but it is coming down. You can see it on our screen to Cook, and Sam North East was backtracking quickly there, just in case there was an event, and they are going off. That is well, we thought
bright sunshine.
We thought
rain.
As much. It is a sun shower, but we'll see how long this is on for. My guess is they will be off for longer this time, as that grey cloud that's hovering comes over Sophia Gardens. So they will depart once more, and of course this will mean it eats into the overs, which at present is 11.4.
Play has been suspended.
Thank you, Lawrence.
Yes, that's not the greatest piece of information that Mr. Hooran has ever given us. Play has been suspended very briefly, I think, because
they've checked. They haven't gone back yet.
No one's reached the pavilion steps. Has it stopped again?
As someone below us points out on the effects mic, we're surrounded by rainbows. It's Sapphire Gardens. We are. I think there's 2 of them there, which there is a term.
Oh yes.
For that, which. I'm just going to. Shall quickly try and.
There's a specialist term for double rainbows.
I think there is, isn't there?
I've no idea.
I thought there was, but I may be wrong in that regard.
A ghost rainbow, suggests Ed from the back of the box. 283 for 4. Northeast is on 27. Cook is on 43. We've had 65.2 overs bowled today. There's some dark cloud to our left. The hover cover is being brought on. Has everyone had enough for the day? I wonder.
Oh no, it's just simply called a twinned rainbow.
Oh right, that's.
I thought there was something slightly more impressive than that.
Well, the hover cover, as you can probably hear on the effects microphone, is being brought on in a cloud of dust. I don't think they're going to put any other covers on at the moment. The sheets that come out the side in the case of serious precipitation. It may be just that everyone's had enough for the day.
It might be that's that, as they look at what's coming from the left of us here. Yeah, it is coming down.
It's quite heavy now.
Yes, so that I think will be that.
Heavy rain and the sunshine here at Sapphire Gardens. 283 for 4. Batting stars of the day: Colin Ingram's 84, Asa Tribe with 70, his first class best. Matt Taylor, the star with the ball for the Shire. He's got 3 out of the 4 wickets to fall. Glamorgan on top. It's been nice, just nice to have some cricket at this stage of the season when a lot of grounds have had none at all today. Matt Taylor with 3 for 43 in his 14 overs. Bizarre scenes. Sun shining, rain pouring down, double rainbows. Could be the end of play for today here on BBC Sport Online. We will keep you in touch if anything further happens, but the sheets are now being rolled out from the side of the hover cover, so that'll take a little bit longer to get back on. As the camera is covered up to keep that healthy as well on the club video stream, making sure that doesn't get any rain on it. 283 for 4, Glamorgan in 65.2 overs. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage today. We'll be back if there's anything further to report. Otherwise, God willing, 10:30 tomorrow morning, BBC Sport Online and on the county's video stream. Hammering down at the moment while the sun continues to shine. You can make it up. 283 for 4. And we'll leave you for the time being.
There will be no further play today. Play continues at 10:30 tomorrow. Thank you for coming to Sophia Gardens today. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Have a safe journey home. Thank you.